Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to those of you who were with us yesterday, and if you're joining for the first time, welcome to the Dalai Lama Library and Archive for this special conference celebrating His Holiness's 90th birthday. For those of you who I haven't met yet, my name is Hannah Smith. I serve as Associate Director for the Compassion Shift Initiative at the Emory Compassion Center, and I'll be one of the MCs for this conference. So before we begin, I want to share a few housekeeping reminders. As with yesterday, all presentations and discussions will be conducted primarily in English with simultaneous Tibetan translation available. We were able to acquire some additional radios for today, so we hope that will make the experience a little bit smoother. There's some in the back. Again, if you have issues, raise your hand or find someone on our staff or the Dalai Lama Trust staff to help you. Same as yesterday, the radio channel for Tibetan is 96 and for English is 90. And when you're tuning the radio, there's an antenna on the side. Make sure you pull that up. That will really help. Water bottles are also available on either side of the hall for you all whenever you need. And there's still QR codes posted around the room for an electronic version of the conference. And again, please just turn off your cell phones and be present for the session. Okay, so jumping right in. Our first session today explores the theme of compassion. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama has said, love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive. Compassion has always been at the heart of His Holiness the Dalai Lama's vision for humanity. Throughout his life, he has reminded us that cultivating inner values such as kindness, emotional awareness, forgiveness, concern for others is just as essential as things like technological advancement or intellectual achievement. His vision calls for a world where education nurtures both heart and mind, where ethics are rooted in our shared humanity, and where compassion guides how we live, lead, and learn. And at the Emory Compassion Center, this vision inspired the development of C-Learning, Social, Emotional, and Ethical Learning, and CBCT, Cognitively Based Compassion Training. And these programs provide tools to systematically cultivate resilience, emotional balance, ethical awareness, and compassion across all stages of life. And these programs are grounded in the understanding that compassion is a capacity within all of us, and that it can be intentionally strengthened and sustained with the power to transform individuals, communities, and ultimately our world. So to begin this session, it's my great pleasure to introduce Geshe Nawang Khalsang. Geshe Nawang Khalsang is a senior teacher at Drepung Losling Monastery who has dedicated his life to Buddhist scholarship, contemplative practice, and teaching. Widely respected for his teaching and literary work, he has spent decades sharing Buddhist philosophy and contemplative wisdom through both formal education and public teachings. So Geshe Nawang Khalsang, welcome.
I cannot see clearly the screen over there. Is it okay if I read from the text?
Teni jekini ransu pajo chana pemo konsal haminande jayimbo thaje chin swa chimbo chole kucha
Offer my deep salutation, prostration to His Holiness the Dalai Lama,
labason tan tembe
and
gigi
would
pomo
like to greet everyone who is here, including the monastic scholars and those who are here, the scholars, people who are engaged deeply in contributing towards fulfilling His Holiness's deep visions. And I would like to greet you all and offer my good morning. Today, my topic is about compassion as prescribed in the Buddhist teaching. Although there are different forms of compassion, I'm going to talk about great compassion or unbiased compassion. Advancing the profound vision of His Holiness the Dalai Lama to promote universal and secular ethics requires the cultivation of compassion. This is a vast topic. I will try to briefly summarize in 15 minutes. In terms of subtopics, one providing citation from Buddha's teachings and their commentaries concerning compassion as the root of all Mahayana paths. Second, the nature or definition of great compassion, classification of compassion, identifying the pitfalls that may arise when practicing compassion, methods for cultivating compassion, the actual way to meditate on compassion, and how to expand it. First of all, the great compassion or unbiased compassion is taught by Buddha Shakyamuni 2,500 years ago. From Vinaya texts to the highest tantric teachings, Buddha has identified great compassion or unbiased compassion as the roots of all the paths. So because of the time constraint, I'm going to recite a few of these texts. One, the Samadhi or concentration that gathers all merit sutra states the definition of compassion quite clearly. So the object of the compassion is all sentient beings, and then the compassion focuses on the suffering of all sentient beings, and that suffering has been very clearly and defined very in great detail. So that which completely liberates all sentient beings from every suffering is great compassion. So this clearly presents the definition and characteristics of compassion. In terms of the features or characteristics of compassion, I have cited here a sutra called Collection of Bodhisattva Pitaka Teachings from the Ratnakutta Sutra. In it, or Heap of Jula Sutra, it says, because it arises from wonderful intention, great compassion engages equally toward everyone. So this includes all the sentient beings in all the six forms of, living beings. And that compassion doesn't focus just on their pain and that we usually consider as suffering. Because if suffering is limited to that, then our compassion would be very limited, because there are sentient beings who, in their present moment, may not be experiencing painful or may not having painful experiences. Because it arises from the path, great compassion engages naturally and genuinely. Great compassion is considered as natural in the sense that it is, it arises spontaneously based on, the observation of sentient beings suffering. Third, because it arises from mind that is free from deceit, great compassion engages without hypocrisy. So great compassion does not engage in sentient beings based on one's desire and so on. And thus, because it arises from respect and regards to all sentient beings, great compassion engages in giving away one's own happiness when necessary. To have the courage to even let go all your happiness for others' sake. Then fifth, because it arises from stable diligence, great compassion engages in bearing the burdens of all sentient beings. Great compassion allows one to have this courage and the peace and stability. So therefore, engaging in helping others is done with joy and enthusiasm. So in that same sutra, some qualities or characteristics of compassion, have been identified. This great compassion focuses on those who are born in lower realms and take them to the path of fortunate rebirths. Second, compassion guides those engaged in sinful actions towards virtuous actions. Third, the compassion that leads those attached to lesser vehicle to correctly enter the great vehicle. And the fourth, the compassion that thinks may all sentient beings be completely freed from suffering and sorrow. So even though my practice is limited, my practice of great compassion can focus and take its objects, even those beings who are on higher path. So therefore, compassion is not limited to freeing sentient beings from sufferings that we experience in our day-to-day life. The importance of compassion is given taught through an important metaphor. So, Sutra on Gathering the Genuine Dharma, it says, Blessed One, a bodhisattva need not train in many practices. Blessed One, if a bodhisattva fully grasps and fully realizes one single practice, then all the Buddha's teachings will rest in the palm of his hand. What is that one practice? It is the practice of great compassion. And he gives two metaphors here. One, through great compassion, all the Buddha's qualities abide in the palm of the bodhisattvas. For example, wherever the precious chariot of our universal monarch is present, all the hosts of his army are likewise present there. In the same way, another example, when the life force is vibrant and present, the other faculties remain vibrant. So when great compassion is present, all the other qualities of a bodhisattva also arise. Likewise, the Nalanda Masa Nagarjuna states in the Precious Garland, if oneself and this world desire the unsurpassed enlightenment, its roots are the bodhicittva, which must be stable like the king of mountains, compassion extending to the ends of all directions, and wisdom not relying on duality. So these are some of the sutras and treatises. Another important verse that we often hear is by Chantakriti in the Entering the Middle Way, where he says, because compassion alone is the seed of this abundant harvest of the victorious ones, like water that nourishes growth, and like ripened enjoyment long sustained. Therefore, at the beginning, I praise compassion. So this very act of Chandrakriti offering prostration and praise to great compassion is highly commended by scholars of all time. Instead of paying homage to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, he chose great compassion as the object of veneration. And that is because, if you praise great compassion, then within it is comprised, veneration, paying veneration to Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and so on. And great compassion is seen as the seed that is required for us to have fruit. The nourishment through, water and so on is important. And then there's, once the tree is grown, it needs to bear fruits. So, therefore, Buddhas who have achieved the complete enlightenment continues to engage to teach and serve the sentient beings because of the presence of great compassion. So these are some of the sources that I would like to cite here. Now, the definition of great compassion, focusing on all sentient beings as its object, it is an uncontrived, loving concern or warm-hearted concern that wishes them to be free from every form of suffering. So the object here of great compassion is every sentient being, and the aspect of compassion, or it focuses on all sufferings. So here, when we say all sentient beings, it is every being, excluding the Buddhas. So even though you may be an ordinary person practicing great compassion, the object of your great compassion includes even those who are in paths, bodhisattvas who are, who are on paths and who have, realized the great feats. The aspect of compassion, right, where great compassion focuses on the relieving of all sufferings. And here, suffering is not just the painful experiences that we have, but it includes the basis of the suffering, which is the 5 aggregates. It also includes the higher forms, such as human forms and so on. Great compassion even views this motivation to achieve nirvana for the sake of oneself, because it limits our capability, it limits what we can do for others. Then great compassion also focuses on relieving others from the cognitive obscuration. And this is the highest form of suffering that is understood in here. So freedom from cognitive obscurations is the highest form. The term loving concern excludes other associated mental states and mental factors. And great compassion has to be uncontrived, meaning that artificial or effortful, compassions are not considered as great compassion. And this can be achieved through, continuous and consistent practice. So the classification of great compassion, there are many types of compassion. It's just spontaneous, biased compassion. These are natural to all of us. As His Holiness often says, compassion is natural to us. From insects to human beings, we all have this natural compassion tendency to have compassion for others. And those are limited and can be biased. So once through practice, when you have transformed your ordinary compassion to great compassion, then that kind of compassion can be divided into these. There's compassion that focuses just on sentient beings, compassion that takes phenomena or dharma as its object, and then a great compassion that takes the non-referential as its object. So these are some forms of compassion. This is a brief summary of that. And then next, identifying the pitfalls that may arise when practicing compassion. When I say compassion here, I talk about the unbiased compassion. These are the pitfalls. When practicing compassion, it is important to identify the pitfalls of the paths. A form of affection that wishes to others to be free from suffering, but is mixed with attachment, is not true compassion or not great compassion. So, compared to great compassion, such compassion, the compassion that is mixed with attachment is limited, and it's also very conditional. It's based on what the object of your compassion does, and for instance, if one's object of attachment is loved by others, the affection may become jealousy. In contrast, in the case of true compassion, one rejoices and is joyful when others benefit your object of compassion. So this attachment, compassion mixed with attachment, is narrow-minded and may even lead to feeling dejected, whereas great compassion opens up our heart and leads to courage and commitment to help others. So there is this strength, fortitude in great compassion, the practice of great compassion. In great compassion, irrespective of how much suffering you may have to undergo in order to help others, those sufferings are experienced as joy, inner strength. So therefore, observation of suffering can even help boost one's practice of compassion. So therefore, great compassion, unbiased compassion, are very courageous and has this strength deep within it. On the other hand, the compassion that is rooted or mixed with attachment, such strength may not exist. In the case of great compassion, even though the object of your compassion harms you, right? Great compassion gives you the strength to continue your effort in helping that person, in helping that sentient being. So great compassion provides us with strength, with courage. So how to practice focusing on compassion? Focusing on compassion here means to pay veneration to those who teach you about great compassion, to value the factors that are important to generate great compassion, and also to in your engagement in this practice, one can offer prayers, do other practices to support the practice of compassion, and it also includes thinking about or understanding, seeing the values of great compassion, benefits of compassion. So being mindful of the values and benefits of compassion. In the actual practice of great compassion, one way to strengthen your compassion and expand your compassion is to remember the importance of others, the benefit of others. For example, I flew from south to Dharamsala. Although I bought a ticket to fly on the flight, my ticket alone will not ensure that the flight will take place. It will depend on all the other passengers, buying the tickets, and so therefore, the things that we enjoy in our life, our well-being is entirely dependent on others. It depends on so many other, sentient beings, and this remains invisible to us. So if we are able to make this more visible, then we can deepen our gratitude In the text, it is often said that sentient beings are like precious jewel, like the most precious diamond, because they are the one who supports my practice, who supports my practice of great compassion. So those who harms you, who you consider as your enemy, these are the best teachers of and the best support of your practice of compassion. Lastly, although I wanted to share that the great compassion can be combined with the understanding of emptiness, because of time limitation, I'm not able to share this. Lastly, I feel, after observing the presentations yesterday, I really felt that what His Holiness started teaching in the 1960s, the importance of compassion, the need of compassion to promote our well-being. So it's so good to see His Holiness's aspirations and wishes now being realized.
Our next presenter is Dr. Robert Roser. Dr. Roser is the Liche Valley Professor of Compassion and Ethics at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health and Director of Research at the Emory Compassion Center. A leading scholar in contemplative education and developmental contemplative science, his research explores the role of mindfulness and compassion training in supporting the well-being of students, educators, and communities. So welcome, Dr. Roser.
Good morning. With great love and respect, I want to offer my welcome to all of you. We're so happy that we're gathered together here in this hallowed place. Thank you, Geshe-la, so much for your teaching this morning. I offer my salutations to the 14th Dalai Lama, and I also want to offer my gratitude, as Geshe-la was saying, to all of the beings, visible and invisible, who've made it possible for us to be here today. And that could include our families, the people who are driving us, who are helping organize the conference, serving the food, washing our clothes. I think we, as Geshe-la said, have an infinite gratitude to account for all of the beings who help us to be here today. So in the very short time I have today, I want to talk a little about the development of compassion and how it's influenced by different causes and conditions, biological and social in nature. And, the project here that we're engaged in, as His Holiness says, is there's two great traditions of knowledge, spirituality and science, and we're trying to engage with each other for one common humanity and its upliftment. So this is a little bit of what we've learned on the science side about the development of compassion. And in some sense, this little movie gives a sense of what we're trying to accomplish from birth in this precious life, all across our life. How can we help compassion flower and fructify to become great compassion, as Geshe-la was talking about this morning? Let's see. And so in my spiritual life, and perhaps in yours, I look to the life histories of the great beings for inspiration and guidance on the path. I want to know, how did they become so loving, so kind, and so generous? What difficulties did the great ones face, and how can that inform my own journey? Whoops. Oh, I'll just see it again. It's end of talk. 2 minutes, Hannah. And yet, when I look at much of the modern contemplative science and scholarship in this endeavor, it tends to have what we think about, some of my colleagues and I, as a developmental blind spot. It doesn't think about these qualities as growing and developing across the whole life course. So colleagues like Sundhu Semple and Dr. Tenzin Sonam and Robin Nuslak and others and I are thinking about how we could catalyze a developmental turn where thinking about time and how these qualities develop over time is central. And so that leads me to the kinds of basic developmental questions I'm interested in as a scientist. How does compassion develop over the lifespan? What are the biological and social factors that influence its development? How does compassion relate to health across human development? And how can we best educate compassion at different ages across the developmental lifespan? And what we've known now from decades of research is that the foundations of compassion are there very early, in the earliest moments of life, in infancy and toddlerhood. So we know that infants emotionally resonate with the suffering of others, so there's kind of an ability to share emotions right from the beginning of life, that by the end of the first year and into the second year, toddlers will spontaneously offer help to others, suggesting that we have some very early arising by pro-social tendencies. And then there's some research that shows that young children seem to experience joy when offering precious resources like candy to others. And so there's, in some sense, almost seems to be an intrinsic motivation to care in the young infant. And so in the developmental science of compassion, we often ask the question, is compassion biologically innate? Do we arrive as compassionate beings? Or is it learned through sociocultural training? And as you can see by my use of the classic Tao symbol, the yin-yang, most contemporary scientists think that these factors are completely interdependent in shaping the development of compassion. And so on the biological nature side of the equation, we can think about how we're biologically prepared to be compassionate. And to do this, we need to think at two different levels. The evolutionary level, which asks the question, why does the human species have pro-social tendencies like compassion at all? And then we can ask it at a slightly different level, the developmental level. Let's assume that we've come inborn with some developmental readiness for being pro-social. Why is it, when we look around the world today, that there's variation in how compassionate different individuals are? And so my friends who are primatologists and interested in evolution have really documented, one of them was the great scientist at Emory University, Franz de Waal, who's no more, have really documented that there's an exceedingly long history in the evolutionary development of compassion from our primate ancestors all the way down to our time. And one of the insights from that work is that natural selection, this tendency that scientists see as critical to understanding the evolution of complex traits like compassion, seem to favor individuals and groups who could cooperate, who could form alliances together, who could empathize and share emotions, and who could care for offspring. It appears that these capacities became incorporated into our shared biology as humans, but we also see them in other species. In the human species, they seem to flower in a particularly expansive way so that we have things like charities and hospitals and these institutions that are wholly devoted to care and kindness. At the developmental level, scientists also try to tease out maybe there's genetic contributions to our ability to be compassionate. That is, maybe from our parents and near ancestors in time, some of the variation we see in how compassionate we are is passed down through our genetic inheritance. And so developmental scientists try to take advantage of twins to tease apart the influence of the environment and genetics. And so, as many of you know, there's two types of twins. There are identical twins who come from a single fertilized egg in the mother that splits in the womb. And those twins are 100% genetically identical and always the same sex. And then there's fraternal twins that result from two fertilized eggs in the same menstrual cycle. And those twins can be same or different sex and are only about 50% related. And then those twins grow up in the same environment. So we assume the environment is constant, which is an assumption. And we can ask, are the ones who share 100% of their genes rated by other people as more similar on compassion than fraternal twins who grow up in the same household, assuming that's shared, who only share half of their genes? And then we can make the inference of what the genetic input to that quality or personality trait is. And so some research recently from an Israeli study of seven-year-old twins looked at how mothers perceive the compassionate qualities of their children. And it suggested that when mothers were rating identical twins, they saw them as much more similar on this trait than when mothers of fraternal twins said, how compassionate are your two children? And we make the inference, because the identical twins were more similar on that trait than the fraternal twins, there seems to be some genetic inheritance associated with how compassionate we are. On the other side of the ledger, on the nurture side, on the social experience side, again, for decades we've been developing some hints about how compassion develops. And we know that parents, from the earliest moments of life, not only are giving their genes and influencing how compassionate their children will become, but they're also treating them in some way that can shape the elements of compassion. We know that schools and religious organizations play a critical role. So for instance, in schools in America, we have children and adolescents often do service learning, where they go out and they help a vulnerable community or someone in need. And the research shows if they do that and then they come back and reflect on what that experience was like, that seems to nurture compassion. And then finally, peers shape each other's compassion. And if we have time, which I don't right now, maybe we could talk about how we know that in the panel. And so yesterday, Nicole was talking about the attachment bonds a bit between parents and children. And so right from the earliest moments of life, we know that this warm, attuned bond between the mother and the caregiver cultivates a lot of the elements that are critical to the development of compassion over time. And I'll just highlight two. To the extent that the mother is available to the child when they cry or are wet or are hungry, the child gets a sense of security, a sense of being able to relax, because when they have a need, someone will address that need. And that basic sense of security is critical for us to be able to care for others. To the extent we don't feel safe, we're often more self-focused. And for good reason, we want to survive. But if we have that sense of security, then we can expand the circle of compassion. And the second one I'll say is parents teach us how to regulate our emotion. In fact, we co-regulate emotion with our caregivers early on. So something threatening happens, we turn to our caregiver for support, and they help us to know that the slings and arrows of life are tolerable. And that's very important, because compassion requires us to kind of approach suffering And sometimes we can get overwhelmed by that and go into distress. So this ability to regulate our feelings is also critical to then reaching out to others in a compassionate way. Not surprisingly, as I said at the beginning, genes and parenting interact to influence the development of compassion. And so I'll just quickly run through a study that was done in Finland on about 3,000 individuals over a 17-year period. And the hypothesis in this study was that the kinds of genes we inherit interact with the kinds of parenting influences we have to influence compassion. And they looked at a series of genes that were associated with, in some sense, our susceptibility to care. How some people are a bit more susceptible to the influences of the environment, some people are a bit more hardy in that sense. And in the purple line that I've depicted here for simplicity, what the research showed is for those children who are a bit more sensitive to environmental influences, parenting had a huge effect on their compassion. If they experience parents who are a bit less attuned, less warm, then they tended to have much less compassion later, as if that had really had an impact. But if they happened to be in a warmer situation, then they had much higher compassion 17 years later as a result. So the inference was there was a gene-environment interaction in the way that compassion gets shaped over time. Okay, we're almost there. So finally, I just want to talk about a little bit about intentional training across the lifespan and this idea of educating the heart. And as a developmental scientist, I look at the magnificent work that Geshe Lobsang Negi and his so many colleagues at the Compassion Center have done to create what I almost see as a life cycle of programs. We have C-Play, which is for pre-K children. We have C-Learning for primary and secondary school. We have the ETSI program and courses at Emory for undergraduate students in that early developmental phase. And then we have CBCT for adults. So in some sense, from birth to death, we have these programs to educate the heart. And I'll just say a couple of quick things about them because my time is up and I'm going to get the hook here. There was a study done in the United States where they offered CBCT to parents of young infants and compared it to a control group of parents. And interestingly enough, they were looking for stress hormones in the infant. So how is it that training the parent can have an indirect effect on the stress levels of the newborn? And there was some evidence that there was less stress hormones in the body of the young children whose parents received CBCT than those who didn't. So some promising results on parenting there. Tenzin Sonamla has done a study in Mexico with colleagues where we offered CBCT to teachers who were being trained to be teachers compared to those who are being trained but didn't receive it. And the study showed increased perspective taking, empathic concern, and self-compassion among those teachers who got CBCT. 2 more minutes, Hannah. A study in Brazil during the pandemic offered some modified C-learning practices for teachers and compared it to teachers who would receive them later. And those results showed decreased stress and improved well-being among those teachers during this very stressful time. And then my colleague at the center, Tyrolyn Fraser and colleagues, has done a study in the US with primary school children, again demonstrating the feasibility and preliminary impacts of CBCT on children. Again, we see the same, not surprising, outcomes, perspective taking, empathic concern, and self-compassion improving. So to conclude, is compassion innate or learned? I think the answer, as far as science can tell so far, is yes, it is. And in a sense, as Geshe La was saying this morning, we're born with this basic compassion that's directed towards our family and our in-groups. And I think the cultivation part is trying to extend that to this great compassion that Geshe-la was talking about. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, the real struggle here is not do we have the preparedness to be compassionate, but how do we, as Robin Nusslock said, increase that circle of empathic concern so that we overcome the partiality that we have to being compassionate towards me and mine? And how can we make the whole world and all sentient beings just like me and worthy of compassion? So thank you so much for your attention.
Your extra 2 minutes gave me time to practice the pronunciation of one of the organizations you're about to hear from. I will still get it wrong, but that's okay. So through these presentations, I hope you've seen why compassion matters and why it's necessary for human flourishing. But what does this actually look like in practice? How is compassion training being integrated into schools, organizations, healthcare systems, and communities around the world? And to me, one of the most inspiring parts of gatherings like these is hearing how these practices are actually transforming lives in real and tangible ways across diverse cultural contexts. So we're going to hear impact stories from two of our extraordinary affiliates who have spent years helping to build cultures of compassion within their countries with CBCT. First, we'll hear from Oyu Unjak Gandush from the Dilu Hutungtu Foundation in Mongolia. And after Oyu, we'll hear from Tripti Mishra and Lakshika Pant from the Piramal Foundation in India. So, Oyu.
Good morning, everyone. In Mongolia, in Buddhist culture, when something bad happens, we say that, oh, okay, our bad karma is being washed and purified. I was so nervous about this presentation. Just now I hit my head, and I think it's purified. So my bad karma is purified. I'm ready to go. I'm standing here, representing CBCT Mongolia under the umbrella of DHF, Dilu Hutungtu Foundation, leading by Tela Tulku Rinpoche. And first of all, I want to express my deepest gratitude towards His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and Tela Tulku Rinpoche. Without them, we won't be here. I'm sorry, being emotional. And also for my Penny, and I'm the starfish of CBCT team, Negi, Penny, and Tela Tulku Rinpoche and His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama. So I have an opportunity to attend another conference 4 years ago, which His Holiness wasn't present. And at the end of the conference, His Holiness said that I'm standing here humbly requesting all of you to be my extended hand to spreading the compassion. That word struck in my heart. It's like a tattoo. And I was like, I am your extended hand. Not in an egoistic way that I'm going out giving blessing, but it's a great, honorable job to spreading the compassion everywhere we go. And hopefully I can dedicate so much time to continue this project. That's for you, Tela Rinpoche. I want my job continuously, many more years. Okay, so I got it? Okay. So let's move on to what we are doing in Mongolia. Okay, so this is a timeline where we started very small, like first 6 cohorts studied CBCT teacher training in 2022, and we graduate certified in 2023, and we had an official launch of CBCT in Mongolia. And we start offering courses, and our aim was to give 5 target groups free of charge. And also we encourage corporate companies to taking this course paid classes, so our project will be sustainable and continue spreading. So 2024, I thought I would see my slide, but I couldn't see it. I don't see anything there, sorry. Just. So, thank you. So we're expanding to nationwide, and it says that 1,000 participants reached, but now we are nearly 2,000 participants already offer CBCT full course. And in 2025, we have now more than 20 certified CBCT teachers. And some of them is here with me. Yesterday, Tela Rinpoche introduced everyone. And I want to addition information that we have a professor from universities who's CBCD certified teacher. We have professional psychologists who's certified CBCD teacher and business backgrounds as well. And we are expanding our courses to more systematic way. From the beginning, the 5 target was law enforcement, healthcare professionals, social workers, elders, and young students from universities. And when we start giving the courses, we understand that CBCD has to be in systematic way. So we are collaborating, not only offering free classes for them, we are collaborating with the universities and the police department, national police agencies in the institutional way. And now it's 2026, and we are preparing for international conference this year in July. We are expanding more, and we will move on to the next slide. So you can see from the paragraph, it's the companies and public is like around 40%, which is paid classes. And we have healthcare professionals free of charge, and then university students, and law enforcement and social workers, and there's no name, small part is elders. So, as I mentioned, we have 5 target groups. Healthcare professionals, we give courses to doctors, but we are more collaborating with addiction behavioral therapy hospitals in Mongolia, mental hospitals, and those people who are dealing with addiction, especially alcohol and drugs. So we are not really, the addictions are like going with the world, it's like advancing, but the treatment is not really growing. So they need extra tools, and the doctors need extra support. So we are offering CBCD for the doctors as well as the family members, and also we tried for the patient, but we understand that during the hospitalized, we cannot offer CBCD. It's not really useful. So it's like aftercare program. So when they go for rehab and 3 months, 6 months later, when they need another tools, they want another support, then we offer CBCD, and the results turns out to be very good. So we are collaborating with the rehab center in Mongolia. And for the social workers, we are very few offer at social workers, but it's on hold at the moment. And we have this new law is first law about the social work in Mongolia is going on now. We never had a law for social workers, so now we are having it, and it's in the discussion in the parliament. So once it's over and confirmed, then we can systematically, we can collaborate with the institution. And for elders, we have a support from our CBCD teachers who has a yoga place, institute, school, and we are collaborating with them, and we offer CBCD with yoga, like 20-minute or 30-minute yoga, and then CBCD. And we see that they need a community, they're spending so much time with each other, and it's not really about all the science, what is the science behind it. It's about the community. They understand each other, they're spending time with each other, and they're happy with their course, and we will continue that. And for the university students, we are collaborating with the Mongolian universities, Medical University, Mongolian National University, and we are also offering CBCD course for the students who's having a scholarship from President of Mongolia and other local scholarships as well. So they're under a lot of pressure. So therefore, we are offering CBCD course for them. And we are aiming to be making CBCD to be elective program at the universities. So I have very few minutes, and today I want to share more about what we are doing with the law enforcement. Is it too early to talk about law enforcement? It's morning, but I don't have time, so let's talk about it. So we started with the National Police Agency Investigation Department criminal department and the call center and all, we have already experienced offering CBCD course for 300 agencies. And recently we are moving on to detention centers, and our experience with the police is, at the agency is police, and at the detention center it's soldiers. So a little bit different. We're still trying to figure out, and it's very useful for them. There are actually very compassionate people. So when we offer CBCD for them in the beginning, they're thinking, oh, we are not compassionate. That's why you're here, right? To teaching us the compassion. But actually, they are very compassionate people. That's why they chose that major. There's no policeman thinking, oh, I'm going to be a police officer and bully people, I want to protect them. That's why they choose to be a police agency. So they need the tools, and they don't have a place to show the vulnerabilities. So they need tools like a CBCD to help themselves and have a sense of security, priming from each other, lean on each other. So CBCD really needed there. And we are more focusing on it as well. So we are hoping to expand it to the Mongolian University for Police Academy and also international affair universities to make it an elective program. And also we recently have 2 senior teachers in Mongolia. So we are planning to offer CBCD certified teacher program, hopefully in our own language, so we can help to prepare in-house consultation, like their in-house psychologists, social workers can have the CBCD certified teacher and then continuously offering the course for the police departments. And we will see result, I think. Thank you. Who was it? So I prepared some closing. It's 30 seconds. We still consider ourselves early in this journey, and we are encouraged by how strongly people in Mongolia are responding to these spaces centered around the compassion and emotional resilience and human connection. And it reminds us that despite our differences, like our major, our age, and all the culture and the country, the human needs are universal. That's compassion. Thank you.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you. Before we begin, I wanted to offer my deepest gratitude to His Holiness Dalai Lama, friends and colleagues at Emory, leaders at in our organization, Dharamsala Foundation, and of course, as Geshe-la mentioned in the morning, there are a lot of nameless, faceless people who ensured that we are here and trying to share, what we are passionate about and our work. So thank you so much. We want to begin by introducing you to Meena. Meena is born into multi-dimensional poverty. When a mother is expecting her, institutional support is limited, her nutrition is inconsistent, and access to healthcare is fragmented, leading to a complicated pregnancy. Meena is her early nutritional needs are also unmet as a result of the circumstances she's born into. As she enters school, she becomes part of an education system where educators are overburdened and learning environments are constrained. Meena struggles with health issues and fails and is behind in school, eventually dropping out to be married at the age of 15. She enters adulthood with fewer choices. The cycle repeats with Meena's next generation as well. Now, we invite you to imagine an alternate universe than Meena's current one. This is one where public systems can support Meena in the way they are intended to. Her mother receives the medical and nutritional care when she's expecting her. Her family and teachers see her potential and encourage her to learn. A health worker visits her home regularly. At the primary healthcare center, the medical staff treat her with competence and dignity. The local institutions create pathways rather than barriers for her to flourish. In this universe, Meena stays in school, builds agency, starts a livelihood, makes choices about her future and the impact on her and future generations to come.
The contrast between these two universes raises an important question. What transforms systems in a way that Meena and many others like her have access to the life chances that they all deserve to flourish? We believe that public system officials want to serve. Each individual enters these roles with an innate potential and the will to serve. Yet, over time, their circumstances can produce fatigue, fragmentation, emotional distance, and transactional ways of working. One fundamental desire drives our work. That is that systems transform when the quality of human interactions within them transform. This quality of human interactions is shaped substantially by the inner landscape of people that work within these systems. Personal transformation is not just at the center of the work we do in our ecosystem, but it is very deeply embedded in who we are as an organization. Our simple proposition, personal transformation enables systems to transform, which ultimately enables nation building. For us, personal transformation is about evolving as beings, cultivating what we call Seva Bhav. Seva Bhav brings together Seva, that is acts of service, and Bhav, the inner intention behind these actions. Leaders are expected to focus on serving those who serve others. CBCT is a key practice that we leverage to help leaders develop the inner capabilities to be compassionate to themselves and others in moments of success or ambiguity or conflict or even failure. This conviction is not theoretical, it's also practical. It shows up in the work that we do across leadership layers within Piramal Foundation. What began for us as an exploration of CBCT by a small group of people from within the organization has evolved into a growing movement. Today, this journey includes 6 CBCT senior instructors and 11 CBCT instructors from within Piramal Foundation. Our top 200 senior leaders from within the organization who have committed to cultivating compassion. 2,500 teammates across the organization who practice CBCT guided by our internal instructors. And the integration of compassion into our inputs, into communities of practice, and assessments for leadership development across levels.
This inner work has also manifested in our ability to embed compassionate leadership across public systems, across domains. Allow us to walk you through what the work with different public systems represents. These interventions represent not just scale, but demand. Many of these journeys did not begin because we approached them. They began because leaders inside these systems invited us in. 93 officials at the Ministry of Home Affairs engaged with CBCT with the intent to cultivate compassionate leadership as a core capability for public system officials. More than 150 police officials in Varanasi, state of Uttar Pradesh, committed 16 hours over 4 days in initiating their own CBCT journeys in a bid to embed compassion within their everyday lives. We would be covering around 600. 80 doctors, nurses, and paramedics in Bokaro, Jharkhand, committed to the practice of compassion to reduce stigma in healthcare services to persons affected with leprosy as a result of our work with Emory and No Leprosy Remains International in India.
The top 62 leaders, including deans and directors, at Anant National University, committed to practicing compassion themselves and even integrating it into the foundational curriculum for their students. 70 first-year doctors from King Edward Medical College in Mumbai have joined us in Gandhi Medical Fellowship over the last 2 years. There, cultivating compassion through CBCT is one of the core interventions that they experience. The focus on cultivating compassion has been a key driver for this batch size doubling in size between the first and the second batch. 234 healthcare service providers in Sitamarhi, Bihar, have embraced self-change as a lever for restoring public trust in public health systems.
These are not just stories of influence. These efforts are also showing measurable impact in the systems we work with. In a study with more than 9,000 education functionaries in Madhya Pradesh, we found statistically significant associations between compassion and resilient educational leadership with a positive impact on student learning outcomes. Our study, titled Decoding Seva Bhav Framework, Unpacking the Spirit of Service Rooted in Indian Traditions, published in the International Journal of Wellbeing, has thematically established 8 core components of Seva Bhav, of which compassion is one. This study establishes Seva Bhav as a culturally grounded framework for selfless service. A cross-sectional study in collaboration with Emory University and Government of Bihar, involving 949 healthcare workers, 35 district hospitals in Bihar, measured after compassionate leadership and personal transformation training. Intervened facilities demonstrated significantly higher odds of healthcare professionals being in the good tertile of competencies, with notable improvements in self-awareness, emotion management, nonviolent communication, team development, and feedback giving. Citizen experiences in OPD were notably better in intervened facilities. Building on these learnings from the work done by the Compassion Center at Emory University, our study, titled Improving Maternal and Newborn Care Practices Through Compassionate Healthcare Leadership Development, is under review for publication in the Journal of Global Health. This study is based on our insights from compassion training for more than 3,500 officials across more than 40 public health facilities in 18 districts in Bihar. Yeah.
Let us end where we began. Meena's story changes when the institutions around her become more responsive. Institutions become more responsive when leaders transform. Leaders transform when they reconnect with the motivators that brought them into service in the first place. If we want compassionate public systems, we must invest in the human beings who carry compassion into the world. Systems do not transform only because someone outside redesigns them. They transform when leaders inside rediscover their agency to serve. This is possible by cultivating Seva Bhav and compassion. That is personal transformation, and that is how we write a better story for Meena. We conclude with this moment of nurturance from the most recent CBCT retreat of our senior-most leaders at Mungod. This is an enduring reminder of our continued commitment to building compassionate leadership. Within our organizations, in the public systems that we serve, and also across corporate, academic, and other social sector organizations where we reach in the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The work that these affiliates and so many others in the room are doing are really transforming lives and perhaps even in some cases saving them. It's really inspiring work. And we'll have a chance this afternoon to hear from our other affiliates that are here. So with that, I'm going to invite our panelists up to go ahead and start getting mic'd. Geshe Lobsang, Geshe Nawang Kasong, Dr. Roser, and Geshe Sonam Chopel. And this panel will last about 50 minutes, and then we'll take a tea break. There's name tags. Okay, while they're getting set up. So we're welcoming back Geshe Nawang Kasong and Dr. Roser, who you've heard from earlier. And we're also deeply honored to have Geshe Lobsang Tenzin Negi, co-founder and executive director of the Emory Compassion Center, chairing this panel. And joining us as well is Geshe Sonam Chopel, chairperson of the Losling Altruistic Medical Association at Drepung Losling Monastery. His work explores the relationship between contemplative philosophy, ethics, and well-being, while also contributing to science dialogue and community health initiatives within the monastic tradition.
Wow, those were incredible presentations, and as well as the impact stories. You hear the theory or the practice and how it is implemented. Those impact stories in Mongolia, in India, that's really inspiring, and that's what keeps us at Emory Compassion Center going. We have about 50 minutes, and we have three panelists here. The third panelist, Geshe Sonam Chopel. He is the director at Drepung Loseling's Medical and Altruistic Center in South India. The Sonam Chopel was one of the monk students who actually pursued Emory Tibet Science Initiative curriculum for many years, spent 2 years at Emory University studying sciences, and then he came back, now serving as the director of the healthcare center at one of the Tibetan monasteries called Drepung Losling Monastery. So those two presentations that we heard, obviously, we hear about what, why, and an attempt to how of compassion. What I would like to start with is, if I can ask each one of the three, how you understand compassion. Because when it comes to compassion, there are many different perspectives on that. Different scientists talk about compassion. Some talk about empathy as feeling with or the feeling for. compassion is action. Others may take compassion as more an inner experience that prepares you to act. My question here is, for each one of you, is compassion an action or emotion or both? How do you understand? Maybe, Rob, you can say first.
Oh. Thank you, Geshe-la. It's such a great honor to be with all of you, and a little bit humorous to ask me to answer first, given my esteemed colleagues, all three. I'll just say in science, first of all, we think of compassion as multidimensional, as we heard in that last talk, that very much like the C learning framework, that there's components of compassion that have to do with our attention and our awareness, our capacity to attend to other people and to empathize. So as Geshe Lakdor was saying yesterday, if we're distracted, we may miss the needs of people right in front of us. So attention and awareness seems to be very important. And that develops through relationship of child and parents, through joint attention. And then there's elements that are more emotional in nature around empathy and perspective taking and this warm-hearted sense that we're similar in some ways. And I think that's also socialized, that shared intentionality between young children and their caregivers. And then there's this action component. So many components is one way scientists tend to think about it. And in some sense, of course, the CBCT training and the C learning training is developing those different elements that come together in the development of compassion over time. I think we heard Dr. Nuslak and others talk a bit about how compassion could be seen as an evolved emotion, which is also, it doesn't just mean a feeling in science when we say emotion. It has that kind of multidimensionality too. Other people think about it as a motivation, a kind of a caregiving system. And I think all of those have important relevance. My own view is related to a scholar named Paul Gilbert, and he thinks about compassion as what he calls a social mentality. That is, it's not something that's individual, it's something that happens between people. And in particular, he defines it as a set of social roles that have evolved over long spans of time. And those social roles, there's two of them, the caregiver and the care receiver. And they're interdependent. And they evolve. And so when I see your suffering, that activates my caregiving system. When I'm signaling to someone that I'm suffering, that activates your caregiving system in the best case scenario and my care receiving system. Very much like the mother-infant bond. The child cries and the mother's caregiving follows. The caregiving follows and the child feels. So I think about it as something that must be between people, not just a psychological quality inside people. And I think that opens up one more thing, and then I'll stop. Sorry to be so chatty. Oftentimes when we're training compassion, we're not just training the extension of compassion to others, although that's so important. We're also training the capacity to receive care, which is on the care receiving system, not just the caregiving system. And many of us are so kind in this room. We do so much for others, but oftentimes receiving care, I don't like it. You know what I mean? Giving is nice. Receiving, I don't know. It's a little uncomfortable. And then there's the third mode, receiving care, extending care, caring for oneself, self-compassion. So I think it's almost like 3 different modes, and that probably came out of social relationships over long periods of time. So this is some of the science ideas on this. Paul Gilbert, a giant in this field of compassion research in modern time. Yes.
Thank you, Rob. So, yeah, obviously, compassion, as I'm hearing it, you're presenting it as really a complex psychological state. It may have emotional element to it, a motivational part, perhaps a cognitive part. So this is what Geshe-la had mentioned this morning also in speaking about the compassion, key features of the compassion, where the object of compassion, the aspect of compassion, and then the, so the object and expect meaning that, what is the kind of the experience of the compassion as well. So I want to ask this question to Geshe-la. In Tibetan, it's basically the same question that I asked Rob earlier, how the compassion is understood, perhaps the very key element of what the compassion may be. Geshe-la, the nyingje ngo sungde tamba ta nyingje la mikpa ta namba ta tu sung la. Acheta ani jik de dumba de denduke. The shen yu dungela mine de dan denduke namba chiko hueras. Those kind of order. That the nyingje the nupcho get anybody so now lola richi nyingje the nangi nyoa yamba. Richi nyingje the and it's jik so. Jawa shan padung the se la sha chu tu syong ta nang chue ne de ge gen ge de jing ning bo ji but the ning je ge ning bo de khari but
What is the essence of compassion? Is it an experience? Does the action needs to take place in the experience of compassion? So compassion is understood as an inner experience. When we have that experience, what comes out is not only this wish to see others free of suffering, but also the actions may come out of this. So this inability to bear others' suffering can motivate one to engage in actions that actually relieves the suffering. So the practice and sustaining of compassion becomes important because some actions may need to be carried over extended period of time, and compassion is, as I mentioned earlier, considered as the root because with that experience, with compassion in us, we can.
Ninja is samsor, which means emotion. So fundamentally it has to do emotion, and that has to do with sewa, which Tibetan word for warm-heartedness. That word. So it's an inner experience, but of course that leads to action of relieving others' suffering because. Doing a miseba, the word that he used.
Ni chitani dungel min mesopa ni ji ge nyong chot ta de emotion city choshu trouble la du gesere del mix mandawa chi kharsana ni ji ge nyong cho katse mesoba chena rani le dungi tege mari.
And one thing that I would like to highlight here, emphasize, is that in the experience of compassion, even though you are unable to bear the suffering of others, and this constant witnessing of suffering it still brings an experience of courage, an experience of joy. So therefore, it's not combined with the distress.
Through clearly, others, of course, understand this. The really important part that Geshe-la is presenting here is what he already focused in his presentation, and that has to do with a distinction between just the ordinary compassion, or you can say partial compassion, or you can say compassion that is conjoined with certain degree of attachment, which is partiality. That you can have this warm feeling compassion for your own family members, perhaps not to the strangers and like that. That's one thing, but what he is speaking about is that compassion, that is great compassion. That great compassion is not simply our inability to bear someone's difficulty as you witness, but rather it motivates you to do something about, to elevate that suffering. And that is, he is saying that it's a different inner kind of, it's an inner kind of strength. Instead of seeing someone suffering, leaving you to fatigue or to move away, it's the great compassion, the deep endearment or the tenderness that moves you towards them and to lead to do something about them. So that's a really important distinction. I will come back to this question about the fatigue part, empathy, compassion fatigue or not. But for now, I would like to first give Geshe Sonam Chömpela an opportunity. What is your thought about compassion?
Thank you, Isha. Yeah, I'm really not good at defining things, so I don't know. Earlier, when I was listening to the impact stories and to the stories we heard last night during the impact stories. Those were really, really beautiful stories. And I know there are a lot of hard work going behind those programs. Today when we hear from them talking about compassion, whether it's an emotion or whether it's an action, so I just thought, what they are, those people, the CBCD and C-learning folks doing, are the compassion that we can see in your real life. So for me, it's a compassion, as Geshe-la was earlier saying, it's a kind of emotion or inner value that gives you a courage to take responsibility for others' welfare. So for me, compassion is it's not only an emotion, or it's not just an action, but an emotion that gives you courage, that gives you a sense of taking responsibility for others' welfare. So, yeah, I just want to.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. What I'm hearing is that, like the Geshe-la was saying earlier, the compassion, particularly more impartial compassion, if you will, it's not just feeling with someone suffering or the difficulties, but actually, if you have compassion, that gives you courage, that gives you, the inner energy to reach out or to do something about it. So that brings me to this next question, which often we hear empathy, compassion, love, sympathy, these often interchangeably, and other times perhaps not. In the recent years, there have been some scientific singer, working with Matthew Ricard. There's a contemplative scholar and scientist. They have been parsing these two kind of values, if you will, or the psychological states. I want to come back to Rob to you. First, can you shed some light on that, the emerging kind of scientific stand on these two psychological states?
Yes, thank you, Geshe-la. It is so the case that we sometimes use these words, empathy, sympathy, and compassion, as almost synonyms, but I think scientifically I'll set aside sympathy, which is a challenging word we've discovered in these intercultural dialogues, and just focus on empathy and compassion. I think our understanding is that empathy is a social cognitive ability, a kind of way of processing information, either emotionally or cognitively, about another's state. And that could be also joyous state or a state of suffering. So in the case of compassion, I think we think that, as the Geshes were saying, sharing the affect or the perspective of the one suffering seems to be an important catalyst for potentially the motivation to want to alleviate or prevent that suffering. So I think we would think that empathy is an important part of compassion, but it's not synonymous with that. And I'll just give an example for children, which will lead us down this path towards burnout and empathic distress. Children can share affect, as we said. You know, the baby cries on one part of the airplane, and the baby cries 6 rows back because they're sharing affect. And it turns out across development, to turn that ability to respond to suffering to others, you need, we think, 1 or 2 more capacities. One of the important ones is to know that that suffering is different, that the self is distinguished from the other, and that develops. But then, as I was saying in my talk, as we empathize with the suffering, share emotions perhaps with the one suffering, we need to be able to regulate that experience of affect sharing so we don't get personally overwhelmed. And so the developmental research shows that what turns empathy into empathic concern or this motivation to help in 4 or 5-year-olds turns out to be emotion regulation. And so I can empathize with you, but if I can't down-regulate my own distress, then I'll tip over into personal distress. I see it as someone's on fire and you become on fire. And that's not a helpful place to help them. Instead, if I see that you're on fire and I feel that a little, and then I say, drop and roll, because I know it's your distress and not mine, then I'm in that place to help. So I think we would see empathy as important for potentially motivating the desire to help, but it doesn't always go that way if we can't tolerate those feelings and get to this warm-hearted sense of, oh, I have a responsibility, as Geshe-la said, to respond.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So the empathy, you mentioned about the cognitive outer empathy has to do with perspective taking. So putting ourselves in someone's shoes, so to speak. But the emotional empathy is something that may have evolved much earlier, just simply to resonate with others, which is an important part of social life. Again, and as you mentioned about the empathy itself, can lead to the distress if you are not able to regulate. And the part of the regulation has to do with understanding that my distress or someone's distress that you are witnessing is someone's, it's not mine. The distinction of self, others. That's a really fascinating and kind of important part, certainly. I want to come to Geshe-la here, related issue here, and that is that Another important part of the compassion we talk about, whether it's the perspective taking or the emotionally resonating with someone suffering. Compassion is, as one of the three key elements of compassion Geshe-la mentioned from the Buddhist perspective, has to do with the attuning to someone's suffering, witnessing or understanding someone's suffering. We're using this term suffering, but it can be any predicament. It's for professional problems, health problems, relationship difficulties, spiritual crisis, or all the other factors. But compassion is attuned to someone's difficulties. And if we are not able to regulate our emotions, when we get, aroused with those emotions, then it can lead to distress. Now, in the Buddhist tradition, one of the great masters called Shantideva, who has written extensively, and it's actually the foundational, in many ways, a foundational text for understanding compassion and altruism. In that also, he brings this question about how compassion is attuned to someone's suffering. And then there's an argument he presents that if you are in compassion, you are attuned to someone's suffering, then wouldn't that make you suffer more if you are more compassionate? Like that. Why do you need to have more compassion, the greater compassion, and like that? And that's what I want to ask Geshe-la. Like, Ningje Shengi Dunge, Dendese Dunge Tongu Boa. Then the Imbayena, and it's a Junjun Nalasoman, Shen Dunge to Susu, Misoba Yunguena, Ninja Kasuski, Gacho Dichena, Ditsani, Susula, Madeva Dunge, Susu Dunge Churu to Maraves. Did call it
Lasa. That thing is
As I mentioned earlier, when you focus on others' suffering, it depends on how you are seeing that suffering. When you are seeing others suffering through the lens of compassion, this can lead to inner fortitude. And because of the warm-heartedness that you have for the other sentient being, yesterday in the presentation, I heard about people saying that we cannot discuss suffering. People don't like to hear about suffering a lot. To give you an example, if we have a bruise here, a pus forming, in order for us to cure that, we have to remove those pus. But when you prick the pus, depending on whether you understand the motivation of that, the way you experience that action would be different. So if you know that the other person's motivation is to help you, then pricking the pus may be painful, but still, because of understanding the motivation, you can feel okay about it. But if you didn't realize that intention, then you may think that the other person is harming you, and as such, there would be physical pain as well as emotional pain. So, in the case of compassion, when you are intentionally focusing on others' suffering, it is done with the intention to relieve or find some solution to relieve that suffering, and therefore, this compassion can bring not just the perception of suffering, but also this intention to find a way to resolve that, to find a solution for that. So therefore, there is an element of courage that is innately built into compassion in some sense. And one way that may help is to intentionally accept suffering or challenges and difficulties. If you have the capability of seeing problems as opportunities to find
So
solutions
once
and so
again,
on, that can
from
also
the Buddhist
give
perspective,
you a
can
sense of
see that
relief.
How whether witnessing someone suffering in the society or in an individual, whether that leads to more distress or not, really depends on seva, which is translated as warm-heartedness, endearing feeling, tenderness, a sense of closeness. And then, as the Geshe-la used the example, like if, for example, a mother, because if she has deep, this unconditionally, the feeling of the tenderness, closeness, the child is very endearing, very precious and endearing to her. And then when the child is suffering, it naturally, instead of kind of moving away from what she is witnessing, it actually draws her to relieve that, to do something about it. So that's how the compassion is related to strength or the courage. But he did use, as you heard, a reference to this distress, not so much about compassion for others. Our own, when we witness someone suffering, whether we may feel distress, or our own certain difficulties that we have, adversities in life, what gives us the courage, the ability to not become fatigued, not become depressed, and like that. And there he says about, it has to do with, in Tibetan, what is referred to as the Dungen Tanglen Soba, which has to do with a certain inner fortitude to accept our vulnerabilities with certain kindness and certain understanding, which to me seems a really, really important kind of capacity, because in today's world we do hear how many people are struggling with self-blame, self-criticism. That one of the things that yesterday I was talking with some of the colleagues, there's the friends from Hollywood here, that many people who are struggling in life today, very successful people like that. It has to do with that. So often, are you feeling that you are doing good enough? That you are not good enough, and like that. So I want to come back to this question to maybe Sonam Champela, if you can say a little bit about, from the Buddhist perspective, what is that Dungen Tanglen Soba? That what is? How do you understand? Sometimes in the West, we explain this as self-compassion. Self-compassion, in a sense, that inner fortitude to withstand our own difficulties, our own suffering, or the shortcomings.
So let me share a story, not about me, of course. There was once, unfortunately, I don't remember the name of that person. A couple 100 years ago, they lived a really great Tibetan practitioner. He wasn't very well known, but his writings are really, really beautiful, and I always think he's one of the greatest compassion practitioners of that time. So there's a piece of writing about once he fell very sick physically. He got a very bad ailment, and he said he visited many different doctors. He did pujas for his health, but nothing helped. He was bedridden for several months. Then one day he was staying with his family at that time, and he walked to the side of the village with one of his little niece and holding his hand. He wasn't able to walk very comfortably. So he sat under a tree, and he said he saw a group of toma, ants. that little insects, and he watched them sitting under the tree. He watched them. He was still in very much pain, physically and mentally. He was very, very down. And then he watched that ants living their life. Some were busy walking around, some were fighting each other. And when he said when he watched them very carefully, he saw the ants really, kind of miserable. Their mouth is very small, their bellies were very big. So he gave them some bread. He had some wetting bread with him, but the ants were not able to enjoy that bread because they were busy fighting and doing other things. So suddenly he said he developed a really, really deep sense of compassion towards them. And at the same time, at that place, he just sit in a meditation pose and just watch them eating bread and doing their thing. And the sense of compassion got deeper for him, and he came up with a beautiful piece of writing. It's about a page in Tibetan. It's in poem, but it's all about compassion. Then he just said that prayer, recite that prayer for himself, and that evening he said he started feeling much better, physically and mentally. He was much better, and he was saying that before that he wasn't able to walk and wasn't able to do his daily prayers and practices, but right the next day he started doing all his normal things, everyday life. So the point I'm making here is that though it's an anecdote story, it's not a science, but from that I learned that compassion, the practice for compassion, can help us with our physical health as well as our mental health. So I just wanted to share that story. So,
Thank you so much. I think that what you are pointing out is that the compassion, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says that if you want to be happy, practice compassion. If you want others to be happy, practice compassion. The compassion has that quality that when you are looking at someone's difficulty, are concerned about that, actually it's instead of kind of weighing you down, it can uplift you, and that's what this person was thinking. I was actually thinking that you were going to say this story, because I asked about the self-compassion, that when you are confronted with certain difficulties, how do you accept that without becoming depressed or frustrated with that? And I thought that you were going to tell the story about this master. It's often told in this context, in the Lojong mind training context, with the patience, the forgiveness, the patience. There was a meditator meditating in Tibet in high mountains in a little kind of cave, and in the summer, as the shepherds were there with the flock in the mountains, they came across this meditator, and then the shepherd asked, "What are you doing here?" And said that, "I'm meditating on compassion and patience, that being patient." And then, so how long have you been meditating? They said that, many years, many years. So the shepherd said, "Oh, that's very noble, wonderful, thank you," like that. And he walks away. From a certain distance, he turns around and then tells the meditator, it's something really nasty word like that, that's bullshit or something like that, pardon my language, that turns around and said, by the way, you go to hell or something like that. And the next you see that this so-called meditator is, kind of throwing stones at him, like that. And the shepherd had to remind him that, that I thought you have been practicing patience. what happened to your patients, So the story, that this is told, because the patience is an inner ability to withstand the certain injustice or the certain, harms and so forth. It's when you are sitting kind of by yourself, there is no challenge. How are you cultivating that? It's in the face of that. The patience is to develop the inner capacity to withstand that challenge. And I think that in the self-compassion part, part of this is that we of course, meet many adversities. Sometimes it may be just perceived kind of the, setbacks instead of the real ones. But are there ways that we can cultivate our perspective, put that into context so that we have inner ability to understand it and accept them instead of feeling that we are nothing, useless, or that we are, nothing. So that's what I was going to get. But what in the kind of we have a little bit of time, I want to come back to, because Geshe-la earlier in his presentation didn't have time to complete the last part of his presentation, and that's an important part. It's about method, the pathways to extending compassion, how to cultivate compassion. He talked about compassion can be appreciated by seeing the value of compassion, which is kind of the meditation on compassion and making compassion as the object. But the real cultivation, meditation and compassion is about cultivating, right? Cultivating the compassion within ourselves. So, of course, in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, there is a very extensive kind of literature on how to cultivate compassion. And this is what I want to hear a little bit about from Geshe-la, particularly if you can, focus on like in the Lamrim Chammo, the Shendu Tunye ki lo kebe shitu ba seju arwala. Shendu Tunye ki lo kebe shitu ba. That ninje komsu de de yusung chunga marwa kyala. Shendu ki lo kebe shitu ba la je kunlas nyong besem ko bata hamje yong ki nam shen ta ninje komsu de sung de. Hodi ninje komsu de de yusung tu.
다 이제 공수대 당한조 담보
According to the traditional practice, the way to cultivate compassion, to generate compassion, is first to, for the great compassion, there are traditionally two ways in which you can cultivate this great compassion or unbiased compassion. One is what is called the exchanging of self and others, and that requires initially to cultivate the impartiality. So in cultivation of compassion, although compassion is focused on, oriented towards others, the first benefit, the recipient of the first benefit of compassion is yourself. So when you are able to focus on others' suffering and take responsibility for that, then your own suffering, at least the mental suffering, can go down. And then the second approach in cultivating compassion is to cultivate this sense of gratitude towards others. The more we are able to deepen our gratitude, feeling of gratitude towards others, stronger our compassion is for others. So one important practice involves deliberately cultivating these insights into how others are benefiting yourself.
So what I'm hearing, I think let me just take a moment to put it in the context. Earlier, Rob presented what the compassion is. It's biological or it is nurtured, the nature nurture. Of course, both do play a role. then you can see that, like genetically, if we are come with a certain capacity of compassion, it's innate. It's not that we worked on that. We came with that. Environmentally, if our parents are kind and compassionate, more nurturing, it's facilitated by the environment, the family environment like that. What we are talking about is that, on top of that, what role an individual has in this cultivating, there is like self-cultivation, cultivation of the compassion. And this is where it's like we can talk about the medicine, for example, medicine. You can talk about, you take this medicine and see what side effects are, what the benefits are, and then from there you can say that, yeah, this medicine is helpful, this is not helpful, and like that. But how to make medicine? That's the kind of how that part seems to be the really important part when it comes to education. Like, is there a way we can teach our students, teach each other? Is there a way that even children or adults can we cultivate compassion? And what is that pathway? And that's what I think that is the really, really, helpful to have this very long tradition that has looked into this for long. So Geshe-la is saying that, when you think about expanding compassion, there is a cognition plays a very, very important role. And that is that since what we come with genetically or biologically, what is innate is quite, it may be very unconditional, like this Holiness says about biological level can be very unconditional, like mother's care for the child. But it can be, narrow and biased. So today's world, we're talking about how do we expand that compassion if we want to, see the peace and harmony, around us in the world. And the one step that Geshe-la is presenting has to do with the what you can call equanimity or the impartiality, or the what His Holiness often calls the common humanity. The looking at the shared human needs and reality, that we all want to be happy, we all want to be safe, we want to be seen, and want to avoid suffering. That level, whether they look similar to us in our skin color or they share our preferences for the sports or the politics or religion and so forth or not, but fundamentally we share this deep yearning to be safe, to be happy, to be free from suffering. If we can find a way to embrace that reality, shared reality, with those who look on the surface differently, but we can combine, then we can, have overcome that bias, cognitive bias, the unconscious bias. That is a real pathway. The second part that Geshe-la is pointing out, because in the compassion, the key to compassion being the warm-heartedness, the tenderness, closeness. And then the one that he's presenting is that how do you come to that warm-heartedness is by another way of looking at it, not only the identification, the seeing others as us, but rather also seeing how we are interdependent, how we are benefited by others. That if we attune to our interrelated reality, that every needs that we have come from others, if we can see that naturally leads to this gratitude that has a quality of warm-heartedness, and that kind of gratitude, that warm-heartedness is the key to compassion. Then when you see their suffering, then it makes you unbearable to just sit there and seeing it or moving away, but rather it can lead to do something about the others. So that's, but we do have 5 minutes here to conclude this. Rob, how do you see as a scientist? That I know that as a scientist, you, as you presented, like as you were earlier presenting, Paul Gilbert's kind of the perspective on the compassion. Yes, there is a certain cultural, perhaps misunderstanding about, compassion. If you receive compassion, it may be like to present like your weakness. Or if you have compassion for yourself in the face of your setbacks and mistakes and like that, maybe it will make you more complacent with, like that. Your self-compassion may hinder your pursuing excellence. If you have compassion towards others, that might, you may not oppose injustices, so therefore that you may be contributing to that. How as a scientist, you have been exploring this area. What would you say, to those who have these kind of concerns about compassion?
Thank you so much for the question, and I just want to say that one of the great insights in my life was reading about this tradition and thinking about common humanity and interdependence as so essential to cultivating compassion. This is something that I'm so grateful that I've learned about. And I think we're talking here, as Geshe-la was talking about this morning, about obstacles that can get in the way. And, we talked about one was not accepting our vulnerability as an obstacle. And I think that's very important. I think what Geshe Lobsang Negi is asking about is sometimes, especially in the West, I see this very often in myself, to be honest, and university students, this sense of, are we worthy of receiving care? And, for some of us, giving care is a bit narrow. It makes us feel worthy. But sometimes when we give care, people don't respond. And so there's a bit of we feel bad. I tried to help you. It was supposed to make me feel good, and you didn't respond, And you think, and I think that's not the kind of deep compassion we're speaking about here. But that feeling of unworthiness, I think, can be there. That forms an impediment. So I think this forbearance and this courage that we're hearing about are really important qualities that we want to cultivate in the West. The acceptance of our vulnerability. So many in the West, this self-compassion is so important in a heavily individualistic, materialistic culture where we feel so responsible. And so I think another part of common humanity is sort of like the story we heard. I love it, that we're not alone in our suffering. Even the ants. That this is common in some sense. So, I think it's so wonderful to think about how do we positively cultivate this by exchanging self with other, being grateful, seeing interdependence. And then the second side, at least in the cultural settings where I've been exploring these things, is what are these impediments to compassion cultivation in different cultural settings, perhaps. Maybe the impediments are a bit different, but this sense of, am I worthy? Is suffering my fault? I think we think that often in the West, even though in some sense it's just part of our experience. So these are the thoughts that I have on that. And I'll just say, in my own work with teachers, where we train them, this cultivation of self-compassion, not being alone in struggles and difficulties, the sense of common humanity that we all wish to be happy and not to suffer, so important. It's like first stop on the compassion journey in my experience in the research I've done in the West. And I think that may be different in different parts of the world.
Thank you so much. Incredible conversations, insights from the panelists. It's a lunch time, so I will not... tea break. Oh gosh, yes. I'm already thinking about, lunch, self-compassion. Yeah. So, let me, on a serious note, just let me end this panel by invoking His Holiness the Dalai Lama. As he's, over the years, as we have seen in the scientific world, exploring ways to better our human condition, human life. That certainly for long we have focused quite kind of, single pointedly on external development. But more recently, when it has become clear that that alone is not enough, then we have learned to begin to explore what else is needed. So, movements like the mindfulness movement have been very helpful in terms of bringing other tools to our flourishing or the dealing with our challenges. And then more recent decades, the compassion has become much more important value that can be cultivated. How to understand we are social beings, and it's a social emotion. If I dare to say something, compassion at heart is emotion. It's a really, really important part. And that's why His Holiness, when he says that, love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries, without which humanity cannot survive. It seems like it's really is so true, and so thankful for all of you for kind of exploring, being part of this journey. And please give a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Geshe said everything I was going to say, so let's just go get tea. We'll be back. Please be in your seats before 11:35, please. We'll start right at 11:35. Please enjoy.
Okay. We will wait upper. Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to begin in 1 or 2 minutes, depending on when people arrive, so please go ahead and find your seat. Sure, let's switch you on. Yeah. As you're coming in, please go ahead and find your seat. We need to begin as soon as we can. Please come in and find your seat as soon as you can. We're about to begin. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your tea. Maybe got a little caffeine in your system. It's a long day. So this next session is very exciting. We're going to cover the theme of consciousness. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama writes in The Universe in a Single Atom, in order for the study of consciousness to be complete, we need a methodology that would account not only for what is occurring at the neurological and biochemical levels, but also for the subjective experience of consciousness itself. Throughout his life, His Holiness has shown a deep fascination with science and a profound belief that science and contemplative wisdom can enrich each other in the shared pursuit of understanding reality, the mind, and ultimately the human experience. So questions surrounding consciousness, sleep, dreaming, awareness, and the relationship between mind and brain remain among some of the most profound areas of both scientific inquiry and contemplative investigation. And for almost 2 decades, the Emory Tibet Science Initiative has helped create new frontiers of knowledge by bringing monastic scholars and modern sciences into sustained dialogue around some of humanity's deepest questions, including the nature of consciousness itself. Through this unique exchange of wisdom, new possibilities are emerging for understanding the mind, cultivating well-being, and advancing human flourishing. To begin this session, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ken Pauler. Dr. Pauler is professor and James Padilla Chair in Arts and Sciences at Northwestern University. A cognitive neuroscientist, his research focuses on human memory, sleep, dreaming, and the relationship between sleep and learning, creativity, and well-being. Through the Emory Tibet Science Initiative, he's also collaborated on research exploring contemplative sleep practices and lucid dreaming. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Pauler.
Okay. Thank you. It's so wonderful to be here. I'm very pleased to join everyone in celebrating His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the wonderful achievements of the Emory Compassion Center, led by Geshe Negi, and helped by so many people. So many people have been working on all these projects. It's really quite amazing, and I'm very pleased to be able to contribute a little bit myself. I've been involved in the program Emory Tibet Science Initiative, and it's going to be the topic of the next session after lunch, and it's so valuable in so many ways, but I just wanted to mention one, which is the way it can, along with the Mind and Life dialogues, contribute to these continuing Buddhism and science interactions. These interactions are so valuable, and they work better when we understand each other's terminology, and we use a lot of specialized terms, and so these interactions have been really helpful for educating both sides to understand each other better, and that makes these interactions work so much better. And so I'm very grateful to have played a little role in the Emory Tibet Science Initiative starting in 2018, and this is a shot from 2022 when we were doing the research training that Nicole and Robin have set up so wonderfully. And of course, as Ari mentioned, this is a two-way street, that we have the role of teacher and the others, the monastic scholars as students, but we change roles and we learn both sides. We learn a lot from each other. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have been a part of that. And the research training progressed in one other way, which we called the Northwestern Neuroscience Internship. And Robin Nusslock was key in having the initiative to get this going and organize it so that groups of monks and the occasional nun on Ichoyang could come along to Evanston and spend 2 months with us and learn many different methods of cognitive neuroscience and focus on different topics. And I want to go into more detail on that, but first let me back up and talk a little bit about the science, about how we study sleep and dreaming and so forth. So let me ask you a question. Last night, did you sleep well? Raise your hand if you slept well last night. Wow, quite a lot of you. That's really good. But not everybody, not me. And so you can kind of know if you didn't sleep well, but how do you guys know that you did sleep well? I mean, what makes you say that? Because we don't all need the same number of hours. How do you get to that conclusion? This is actually a key issue in neuroscience. The question becomes, well, what do we mean by sleeping well? What is high-quality sleep? What is optimal sleep? We're still trying to investigate that, and some people, wear sleep trackers on them, and then they have a quick answer to the question because you get up and you open the app, and then you find out if you slept well or not. You look at what the app says. It's not necessarily the best way. Maybe the other reason you raised your hand about sleeping well is you feel rested. You woke up feeling good, maybe even after sitting in these chairs for a few hours, you still feel alert. You must have gotten really good sleep. That's great. But is that the whole story? Is it just about feeling rested and alert? I would say there's more to it. If you really are sleeping well, you're getting all the benefits from sleep. How do you maximize all the benefits? And we need to talk about those benefits a little bit. But first, I have this other pie chart there, and it has a slice that's a rather large slice that's sleep. And we want to pay attention to all sides of people. And, if we're going to train compassion, do we just want to train compassion during wake, or do we want to ignore a third of your life when we have opportunities to train compassion? And I was here 3.5 years ago for the Sea Learning Conference, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama was here, and towards the end, one thing he said that I wrote down was we should practice compassion day and night. So he was already saying, night is part of it, our sleep is part of it. How do we take advantage of our night? How do we not just waste that time? It's certainly not a waste of time. That's where we think about all the benefits you get. So what are the benefits? Well, the main benefit anyone thinks about is if you sleep well, you're less sleepy. So that seems pretty circular. We sleep to be less sleepy, but that's what it is. We want to be alert, and we need sleep for that to happen. But that's not the only thing. There's a whole set of physical health factors that are improved to your immune system and so on. I'm not going to take the time to go through those because I want to emphasize a few other things. How is sleep benefiting your memory function, your ability to store and remember things? And how is that memory function linked with your creativity and your ability to have creative solutions to problems that you come up? And how does that relate to your psychological well-being? And then finally, towards the end of my talk, we'll get to the spiritual insight. So these are all potential benefits of sleep that we could get. How does that work? How do we find out about that? Well, let's think about the neuroscience of sleep and dreaming. How are you going to understand what's happening during sleep? Well, the traditional, long-standing method is find out what people say when they wake up. If they wake up, they'll tell you about a dream, maybe. They'll tell you about what happened during sleep, and you can understand their dreams that way. But for most neuroscientists, that's not enough. We want to know a bit more. We want more evidence about what's happening than just what people say when they wake up. In fact, they forget a lot. We dream a lot. So how many have a dream like every night? Every morning when you wake up, do you remember a dream? Not that many. But the rest of you, you're of course dreaming. You're dreaming every night. You're just not remembering those dreams. Because when I ask you, did you have a dream? I'm really asking, do you remember having a dream? Of course you had a dream. And so we need to look at other variables as well. But while I'm talking about dreams, let me make this one other point. So right now you're sitting here in this room, and you understand that you're in this room, this very special room, sitting, and how do you have that conscious experience? Well, your senses give you the visual information, you know the spatial layout, you're hearing what's happening. So basically you're reading out and becoming conscious of the world that your senses pick up. So that seems like the source of our experience. But then if we think about dreams, you can have an equally real, vivid experience, sometimes even more vivid, without any sensory input producing that at all. So our consciousness isn't really a readout of what's happening. It's something that's kind of in common. And as we'll learn from Geshe Tabke, we can think about how our waking life is kind of like a dream in certain ways. And there's the same thing going on producing our conscious experience. It's not just a readout of what's happening that directly makes us conscious of the world, but we're projecting and we're using that information to understand the world. So the experience in the world, we can do that even without any sensory input. Okay, so what are the other measures that neuroscientists want to use? Well, we can observe the brain and the body during sleep as well and try to make sense of that. And when we do that, we're trying to, as usual, put together the first, second, and third person perspectives. So we want to always have the first person perspective there, understanding what the experience is like. And a little note there, sometimes we talk about spirituality as being about the inner world and science being about the outer world. And many neuroscientists might be okay with that, but there's a subset of us that aren't. We think, no, we're doing science on the inner world too. That's really important. That's something we can also do science, even though it presents a few challenges. But one of the answers is, well, we keep the first person perspective on the table. What does it feel like to have a dream? And we also have the second and third person perspectives. The third person perspective would be these observations we can make about what's happening in the body during sleep, what's happening in the brain during sleep. And then the second perspective, one of the ways we look at that I can talk about a little bit is we have people that interview the person. So you can tell someone about your experience, And with this method that's called microphenomenology, you can get more detail and help people remember that experience and take a little segment of experience and really explore it in great detail. And this interaction between the two people can give you a really strong second-person perspective on what happens. That's kind of moving beyond just what someone might say when they wake up from their dream and tell you the story, but really delving into what do they remember, all the details. So we have these methods, and one thing that's told us about by these measures is, well, there are different stages of sleep. It's not just all going to sleep and you're out and then you wake up and you're back. But during the night, different stages come up. Slow wave sleep is what we call deep sleep, but usually progress from light sleep to deep sleep to REM, or rapid eye movement sleep, and then repeat that cycle. And these different stages seem to have different functions that we're still trying to decipher. But the critical question is what's happening in these different stages during sleep that will inform us about how to understand sleep and the benefits of sleep, importantly. So interestingly, when you sleep, you don't necessarily know about these stages. You don't know, oh, I just had some light sleep or REM sleep. You don't know that necessarily. And so your dreams that you have, and these dreams, by the way, happen not just in REM sleep, but in all stages, we can have dreams. The probability of that might be different in the type of dreams, but every stage just has some dreaming, and most of those dreams are forgotten. In fact, if you want, you can practice the skill of remembering dreams. You can get better at remembering dreams. There are certain tricks, but without that, we're having these dreams that are just often forgotten, and we also have microarousals that are often forgotten. You wake up, you turn over, you might be awake for 20, 30 seconds. You don't know, you wake up, you don't even know you had a microarousal. So the brain is not really storing memories in the normal sense, but it's working with memories, and it's unconsciously reactivating memories. So let me elaborate on that with another method. Besides observing the brain and the body, we can influence what's happening during sleep. And the method a number of us have been using is called targeted memory reactivation. And this is a way to allow people to reactivate specific memories of our choosing, or their choosing, and see how that influences memory storage. And we found that when you reactivate a memory during sleep, that information is then more likely to be remembered later. So it's part of how we store memories. Many things happen during the day. Right now you can remember what's happened in the few hours since you've been awake, and those are all possible memories you could keep with you. But a lot of them are going to be lost, and you won't remember everything. Which ones do you remember? Well, what's the important part of remembering? Think about a skill. How do you get good at a skill? Well, practice. It's about practice. So you have to practice that information, and that's true for everything we learn. The facts we learned, the names of people you meet, the episodes you experience, those are going to be forgotten unless they're practiced. And we can do that practice intentionally. We can intentionally think about the name or unintentionally think about the name, but we can also unconsciously process that information. And in fact, we do that every night without intending to do it when we go to sleep, without knowing that we did it when we wake up. So that's the idea of memory consolidation, of solidifying these memories, and that can be done intentionally when you're awake. It can be done during downtime when you're awake, and it's also done during sleep. And now we have ways to measure the electroactivity that's associated with that memory processing and understand it better. And our TMR method has allowed us to extract those measures and really understand how that works a bit more. But we have one other, and this memory consolidation mode, to connect with what I was saying before, it's not connected, it's not conducive to storing new memories. So your brain is working with memories, but not laying down new memories. Okay, so another method we have is to interact. So let me explain that by talking about lucid dreaming. So here's a period of REM sleep, 14 seconds, and you're seeing those blue wiggles are brain activity, the black one's muscle and heart activity, and then the red is the eye movements. And so we can tell this is REM sleep because of how little muscle activity there are and because of the progression from the prior stages. And this is actually looking at lucid dreaming. So those of you that have had a lucid dream, could you raise your hand? And by that I mean a dream where you knew it was a dream before you woke up. So many of you have had a lucid dream. How many have a lucid dream at least once a week or more than that? Still a number of you. Great. Come talk to me later. So we've been studying lucid dreaming, and it's difficult to study because it's kind of rare. And you can, have someone come to the lab, they might not have a lucid dream that night, you've wasted a whole night. So hard to study under normal circumstances, but we have some ways to make it easier. And one of the ways is to use a method we call targeted lucidity reactivation. And we present sounds to people that are associated with carefully thinking about their experience. You could do that now. Think about your experience very mindfully, deciding whether it might be a dream experience or is it a waking experience. And when that's associated with the sound, then we can play that sound during sleep and reactivate that memory. And that's in fact what's happened where that blue bar is. A sound was played to try to reactivate the memory to remind you, oh, let me check and see if I might be dreaming right now. And then there was a second instruction was, if you notice you're dreaming, you can let us know by moving your eyes left, right, and those are those wiggles in the red circle there. This is a person who's still asleep and they know they're dreaming and they know we're recording their brain activity and they can let us know that it's happening so we can communicate with them. And so having this method, targeted lucidity reactivation, allowed us to go one step further and study communication during REM sleep. And this is a study with Karen Konkoly leading it in my lab and also working with people in several other labs because we found that they did kind of the same experiments independently mostly. And then we just grouped the evidence together. And, science is really lots of fun to ask these interesting questions, and it's borderless. We do science across borders. It doesn't matter what country people are in. It's a borderless endeavor, and that's great. So here's two-way communication. So this is a person in that red box. That's a period of REM sleep. We know that because of the muscle atonia. There's very little muscle activity. Person's not going to be speaking to us, but they're communicating nevertheless. And this person, Chris, one of the students who had never had a lucid dream before he came to our lab and then used the TLR method, had a lucid dream. This is his third lucid dream, and he was signaling left, right, left, right, left, right to say, I'm having a lucid dream. And he knew Karen was monitoring his activity and could present him a question. And he knew they were all math questions, and he knew he could answer by moving his eyes a certain number of times. So she pressed a button, a random math question was 8 minus 6, and then he gave the answer. He computed the answer while in REM sleep in his dream and was able to express it with 2 left, rights. So he did that again this session, and other people had done it, so we kind of validated that this method can be used to communicate with people, but we don't really need to know the answers to math problems. That was just to show that it could work and validate the method. Now we can use it in many other ways to try to ask questions about dreaming. So there's a little cartoon of the idea. We have people answer us with eye movements or muscle twitches or sniffing, and the dreamers can tell us about their experiences, and we can investigate lots of things like memory and problem solving, but also changing maladaptive habits, as in dream yoga, that Geshe Tapke will talk about next. So back to what we studied. So with groups of monks and nuns that had come to our lab, we were then doing some research training, and we thought if they're here for 2 months, we should really work together on a very specific project and not just investigate the methods, but actually do a research project together, because that's how we train in science, by actually doing projects. And so I had fortuitously, in a local Buddhist center, learned about a meditation practice of visualization during wake, and I thought, hey, let's use that during sleep. And so this is the practice of dream visualization to enhance compassion, and it's the practice of visualizing this deity, Chenrisi, which embodies boundless compassion. And so it's a strategy for enhancing your own compassion by really, visualizing that, or even imagine being that deity. And so this experiment recently was published, and I encourage you to go ahead and follow that for the free publication. It's a publication that describes our findings, but also talks about the ETSI program with the interactions between the monastic scholar scientists and investigators. And so training them is great. Collaborating with them on projects is even great. And they have the tools to do any research they want. But there's some research endeavors that we all are both interested in, so that working together is really great. And here's a one-skilled lucid dreamer that came to the lab and got the cues, and then visualized Chenrisi in his dream, not a real big finding. It's kind of could happen, not surprising, but it sort of is just our first paper. It'll hopefully a progression of further ones. Our next work is getting to dream yoga, which again you'll learn more about from Geshe Tabke, but it's a pretty interesting practice that he'll describe. And to study it, we need neuroscientists and Buddhist scholars, skilled meditators that are part of our team, this microphonology method, and that's allowed us to move forward and ask a bunch of questions that we can think about in the discussion section rather than talking about them now. But some very interesting questions to ask about how this practice works and what kind of benefits you get. And we have some results. This is led by my postdoc, Gabriela Torres-Platas, and we've studied 6 advanced meditators at our lab in Evanston who came and did their practices during their sleep. And here we see the person moving their eyes to say they're listed, and then in the yellow circle sniffing twice to let us know that they're starting one of their dream yoga practices at that moment. It was walking through walls, and walking through walls was kind of an interesting thing to do in your dream. You're resistant to it because usually you're used to walls being solid, you don't walk through them, but if you overcome that, you can walk through walls, and maybe the parallel is it's sort of like breaking through the walls of your perception, sort of changing the barriers that you think. What are the limitations of our ordinary perception that we can overcome and change our habits and our way of thinking about them? So there's a list of some of the things they do, such as walking through walls or transforming into another being. We can talk more in the discussion about why they do that. I have a little shorthand here about one's habitual orientation and perception and pushing back against habitual self-centeredness and grasping to cultivate habits of openness, flexibility, and compassion. Tapke, again, will say more about that, so it's not for me to do. But excitingly, we're still studying meditators who have studied this practice. There was an advanced meditator in Drepung that visited in last December, and that might produce another paper, and we're planning to study more advanced meditators. I think there are 20 or more who I've identified in Bhutan, so we're taking the team to Bhutan to do further studies, not exactly funded yet, but we're going to make it work, and go to Bhutan in July and study the advanced practitioners there. Okay, so to finish up then, we have to think about how waking life and sleep are interactive. And so we have many things happening during the day, and that impacts what happens during sleep. And then what happens during sleep is going to impact your waking life again. And do we have some power there? Which memories are you reactivating? Is it the good ones? Is it the compassionate ones? Well, we have this TMR method that can influence how that works and perhaps change what's going on during sleep for the better, making you maybe remember things better, or maybe changing your habits and the way you want to change them better, and then go back and see how that influences the waking idea. So pre-sleep intentions, another method from Dream Yoga, very important too. TMR, our kind of tech method. And you might say, well, maybe sleep is good enough as it is. Evolutionarily, we've developed it. But my vision is way better with these on. So sometimes a little tool is worth trying and see how that can work. So we want to place high value on sleep, understand how you can have better sleep hygiene to get better sleep, and then maybe even go further and see what else can be done with sleep, such as looking at Dream Yoga and seeing how that might inform us about strategies for sleep and opportunities for getting more sleep. So I could cover applications of sleep engineering and how we use wearables for that and the apps that we write that make it possible, but I'm going to leave that for the discussion and stop now, and thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Dr. Poller. Our next speaker is Geshe Tabke. Geshe Tabke is a highly respected Buddhist scholar and science teacher at Sarah J. Monastery. His work bridges traditional Buddhist philosophy and scientific inquiry, and he's contributed extensively to science education and dialogue within the monastic community. So please welcome Geshe Tabke.
In case if I don't see, I need to my laptop see. 동인닝지 송도 주베람 체제선제 강첸 된정고 차나베모 땡진 장조라 소안듭수 시던론줍쇼. Good morning, everyone, and first of all, my deepest gratitude to the organizers to giving me such a wonderful opportunity, although I don't have a confidence that whether I'm going to share some valuable or not, but anyway, I'm getting here, so such great honor to be here with many wonderful peoples who are really dedicated for the compassion for the many, to the ways of many peoples. So as you have seen, my topic is Dream Yoga, which is a kind of the follow-up to the Professor Ken's already cover of the scientific perspective of the lucid dream and the sleep. So let's see. Okay. I'm going to try to cover a couple of things. One thing is kind of this theme is a little bit about the consciousness, so I'm going to a little bit touch about the general Buddhist psychology or science of mind, and then a little bit about specifically Vajrayana view of the mind, which is related to the theory of the dream yoga comes from. And then how to practice dream yoga just very simply. And then implication of the dream yoga practice and the research. And finally, just kind of like little mention about establishing sleep at the monastery to supposed to be going to more fun things to do in the future, hopefully. So, sorry. As you may heard many times, His Holiness often talk about Buddhist psychology, and also even sometimes he, the kind of recommended scientists should check up to the, Buddhist psychology, because we have 1,000 years traditions, resource, and not only resource of the text, but the living tradition, people who are spending 20 years rigorously studying and practicing and meditation. So I'm going to some of those systematic approach, understanding in the mind in Buddhism. So one of them is epistemology view of the understanding of the mind and the consciousness. And oftentimes talking about what is the conceptual thought and what is the non-conceptual thought, and based on the three reasoning, logical reasoning, and the relationship, sort of that philosophical ways. But His Holiness oftentimes asks to the neuroscientists, what kind of the area of the brain most produce conceptual thought? What area of the non-conceptual thought? So the current, I think, neuroscience understanding is not clear. But so far we are learning with the grad professors, we know when we see things to see, there's a kind of like many moments when we see and when we cognize that I saw. So those is very interesting compared to the epistemology views. I'm excited to, in the future, to see those explore. And then Abhidharma point of view is lots of talking about, I think Geshe-san already covered, about the different negative emotions and causes and conditions, and also lots of the different classification of the mental factors, such as 51 mental factors and 46, so on and so forth. And then another one is practice of the mind training. Some of them is coming from this morning's talking about what is the kind of like method to creating to the compassion in the Buddhist mind. Initially that's deep thoughts, but nowadays people found very useful in daily life how to be helpful for the emotion regulation using that technique to the daily lives, such as the 7-point mind training and 8 verses mind trainings. So the last one, of course, there's various meditation techniques I don't need to mention. So the last one is Vajrayana views of the mind and consciousness, which is very different than others. Here's mainly talking about subtle consciousness and grosser consciousness. I'm going to focus on that. Okay, when we coming to the Vajrayana point of views, not only to the mind or consciousness, subtle and grosser, but even body, and they call the grosser body, which is our organs. Then the subtle body is talking about channels, wind, and draft. Especially subtle's body, we are talking about wind energy that serves at the mountain base of the subtle consciousness. And that's why you can see the pictures now, people making lots of chakras and channels and things like that. So the Vajrayana point of view, there's a very grosser mind. Currently, we are using our grosser mind. We cannot touch to the subtle mind. So the whole point of the Vajrayana practice is to reach to the subtle mind to use for the practice, which is much more powerful. So the just basic some of the here's the list is the sensory consciousness is very grosser. So I sometimes think about nowadays people using so much AIs instead of their own mental, especially critical thinking. So even father is, going to the grosser. So I sometimes thinking about that, why they are making to those levels. Because of the sensory consciousness is so grow, because of the huge rely on the physical, like brain activities, these things. When you go to the grosser level to the subtle, and the less and less depend on the outside things. So it's a subtle, consciousness is really cultivating deep into. So I just sense sometimes we are reaching even more grosser when we are using too much AI, like tools, ChatGPT, all these things. Even people losing to the critical thinkings, that's the thing. So another thing is I would like to mention to the thing is, when it's a talk about this process like when we are dying, all our sensory consciousness is resolving into the subtle and more subtle. And the most subtle one is clear light. So those you may have heard about the tuktam, which is some of the highly practitioners pass away, although clinically died, but still their body remain fresh, would be called the tuktam state. And we believe at that time to the kind of like meditating with the clear light. Yeah. And another thing is I would like to mention in a science or philosophy, David Shamar called the hardest problem is mind-body problem, because that's very hard to understand. Our brain is just basically electrical and the chemical signals, how they produce sophisticated experience. And the same thing is like in most of the Buddhist philosophy, the mind is independent from the physical things. How can we interact to the physicals? In the Vajrayana point of view, maybe grosser level is not that communication, but most subtle level of consciousness and most subtle level of wind energy, almost like hard to distinguish. Maybe a different name and the same entity. That could be the how start to the mind-body to connection happens in theory of Vajrayana point of view. So here's we are coming to. Professor Ken mentioned about I'm going to talk about for the dream yoga, but I don't know how much I can talk about that. So let me tie to some of the definition of dream yoga. So as you have seen here, the dream yoga is profound spiritual practice in Tibetan Buddhism, most notably recognized as one of the 6 dharma of the Naropa yoga within the highest yoga tantric traditions. Essentially, it is practice of the developing awareness within the dream state, like lucid dream, and can utilize that state to the powerful tool for the spiritual cultivation and insight. When you see at the beginning, His Holiness, the long time ago, I was kind of like, he's a little bit sort of like playful, like sleep is the best meditations. But we can now understand a much more deeper level. But the sleep is much more useful for the many ways, and the health, all these things, and the spiritually much more powerful. We have to be, as Professor mentioned, we have to practice 24 hours, basically. So the one of thing is, there's how we do that dream yoga practice. I'm just here, so this involves 4 trainings. First of all, you have to recognize dream is dream, and then controlling to the content of the dream or a little bit manipulate. and then expand, and finally get into to the highest level of the meditations. So I'm just kind of cautious. And this instruction represents the general structure of the framework of the scripture traditions, because the actual practice must be adapted to the specific state, your individual theta channels, wind, and the thought. It is crucial important to rely direct on the personal oral instruction and guidance by the qualified teachers. But I'll just focus on the first one. How do we practice of the first step for the recognition dream? So there's two ways. If you are highly practitioners, they could way to practice of their own subtle energy. It's the best way to expect to the proper way to expect to the advance to the practice. But if you cannot do that, there's a simple way to the power of expression intent, which is Professor Ken a little bit mentioned about the willing power, sort of like that. Intention, such as during the daytime, you just set up, all of this is a dream, I'm currently inside a dream, sort of that. This sort of practice is sometimes very useful in daily life. Sometimes when you get very emotional, certain sort of things, very difficult situations, you can sometimes just think about maybe this is dream. So it's not gonna real happening. Sometimes it's get to the antidote of the helping to little bit calm down. Yeah, that's sort of just myself. So here's the base on the text, some of the instruction of the how do we produce to the lucid dream, to the set of powerful motivation, which is a certain sort of right before you go to sleep. You just set up to the very strong motivation. I'm going to recognize my dream when I'm dreaming. Mostly we just, no control, but you try to set up to the best intention that sometimes really matters. And the build habituation, perceiving all the phenomena as dream as much as possible, as I already mentioned. But if you are really believing or practitioners, you can also think about imagining some sort of deity that you are mostly believing, or certain sort of that's put into your throat chakra. And that also sometimes, helps. Because in the tantric traditions, when you focus on the heart chakra, and you get more deep sleep, which is hard to get the very clear dream. So if you focus on the more throat, your dream may be more clear and the long-lasting dream, because we need that long-lasting. Actually, they have a much more kind of a specific guidance, because sometimes people, when they get to the lucid, they're just excited and then they woke up. So, and that's not going to work. So those sort of things, I don't have a time to much mention. So then second step is, meditating for the transforming dream into manipulate, which is Professor Ken mentioned. One of the ideas, we can think about visualizing to the Chenrezig. Instead of just eating or having with a friend, you're just staying to, that's the spiritual point of view. You just even meditating to the compassion during the dream, once you control your dream. So those things. So here's some of the implication of this practice in the research. Learning different skill in dream, cultivating compassion and loving kindness, or overcoming nightmares. And the spiritually point of view is the swift to the progression, because dreaming consciousness and the sleep consciousness is much more subtler than the waking state. So if we practice properly in the subtle mind, and our progress much more faster. Even one of the Tibetan Grand Master, Gamboba, says even 7 times or 10 times faster, something like that. And the original, one of the, I would like to mention of the why we are practicing, this is sort of the spiritually most focused on the preparing for the death. When you are preparing for death, this process comes and then you apply it to your spiritual practice when you are pass away, and that will get to your next level as better place and continuous. So last thing I would like to mention, since we are collaborating with the guidance of the EDSA and the many professors like Robin and Nicole and the Professor Kens. So now in the monastery we established the sleep lab. You can see here and one of our DAC colleagues, Park, is the first subject in our lab. And we are doing exactly what the Professor Ken's labs, what we learned when we were at the Northwestern training. So this is kind of preliminary. We did during the workshop some sort of, we have two ideas. One idea is, can we introduce lucid dream? People never had experience to the lucid dreams. So, and another one is, can we see much more advanced level if once we invite to the real practitioners? So, and the first one is we just did about 17 novice subjects. We found we can produce lucid dream out of 5, but not some of them is not clear, but it's the beginning. So with that, I think my time is up. Yeah, okay. So thank you very much.
So I'll invite our panelists to come on up and grab your seat. Thank you, Geshe. This is so fascinating, isn't it? It's so fun to learn about all of this. Okay, so we'll move into the panel portion of our session. We're welcoming back Dr. Pauler and Geshe Takbe, and we're very honored to have Dr. Robin Nusslock serving as chair for this discussion. Dr. Nusslock is the Julie and Frank Cohen Family Professor of Social Sciences at Northwestern University and also the Director of Clinical Psychology and Clinical Training at Northwestern. His research examines the brain systems involved in emotion and mental health and their relationship to well-being. And joining us for the panel as well is Geshe Sereng Punsak, science teacher and Tenzin Gyatso science scholar at Drepung Losling Monastery, whose work contributes to the growing dialogue between contemplative traditions and modern scientific inquiry. So once they finish miking, please enjoy the panel.
You did great. Oh, I'm on a hot mic. You did great. I'll say that publicly. Okay, we good? All right, so the first thing I would like to say is that I'm not Geshe Sangpo, but I get the privilege of being Geshe Sangpo today because he was supposed to chair this session, but I had an appointment, so I'm stepping in to chair this session, which is a real privilege. As Hannah mentioned, I'm a professor at Northwestern, but as I always say, one of the greatest roles, that maybe the greatest role in my life, is serving as the co-director of the Emory Tibet Science Initiative Research Training Program with my dear colleague, Professor Nicole Gerardo. I just want to start this opening panel discussion with a deep bow of gratitude to His Holiness, to Geshe Lobsang Tenzin Negi, to the ETSI team, and to all of the people that have made this wonderful symposium a reality. As Hannah also mentioned, we have 3 really extraordinary scholars and practitioners on the panel today. Geshe Tapki, who's a dear friend of mine for many years, Ken Paller, who's a dear colleague of mine at Northwestern, and Geshe Sereng Punsak is joining us, who's also really critical to making a lot of the work that is happening at Drepung Losling Monastery happen, and he's the Associate Director of the Science Training Program there at Drepung. So thank you so much for joining us. I want to start our opening, I want to start this panel discussion with just a kind of a moment of recognition of what a wonderful expression of cross-cultural collaboration and conversation that Ken and Geshe Tapki's presentation was. That this, for me, really embodies and envisions 2 traditions coming together and bringing their respective skill sets, perspectives, and investigative approaches into a symbiotic relationship that I would say is greater than the sum of its respective parts. So Ken has done extraordinary work establishing the neuroscience of lucid dreaming and the capacity of lucid dreaming, and then birthed out of really the conversations with people like Geshe Tapki, Geshe Sangpo, Geshe Punsak, and others, the idea of actually bringing dream yoga into this conversation of lucid dreaming and expanding it, I think really, for me, reflects the potential of this beautiful cross-cultural conversation. Neither of these approaches would have happened by themselves. It's really the symbiosis and connection between the 2. So I'm going to start my questions for the panel focusing a bit more on sleep and lucid dreaming, but given the theme of this session, then we're going to expand a bit into a more broader conversation of consciousness. So I'd like to start my question here on going a little bit deeper into the benefits of dream yoga from both a Buddhist and a science perspective. So Geshe Topke, you gave a wonderful overview of subtle and gross levels of consciousness. And so you alluded to this, but I'd love for you to go a little bit deeper as to why engaging in meditation or Chenrezig meditation or visualizations in a dream state may facilitate deeper states of meditation and or expressions of compassion. Like, what is it about doing it at sleep and during these dream states that is so impactful?
Yeah. So the one of the idea, I mean, the general, as I mentioned, the general or the central theme of the tantric tradition is way different than the Sutra traditions, because they are trying to use to the subtle mind to bring up to the useful. But normal life, although it's there, we cannot use because we are so digressing to our sensories. So that's why we're trying to bring up the subtle mind. In terms of cultivating, subtle mind is much more powerful. And in some sense, it's really trained to our unconscious. So that's where lots of the thing is. For example, this is the common questions people asking. I know that when getting angry is wrong, but the time I couldn't, do that because of we haven't much habituation. That's antidote of to the angry or aversions, and that's which is very subtle or unconscious. So it's a practicing to the sort of compassion. It's one way. It's the subtle mind. It's a very kind of like strong, and also get influence for the subconscious in the scientific way. So it's that way so the powerful, I guess. Yeah.
Beautiful. Ken, you made this fascinating statistic that we all know, but it's shocking to be reminded of it, which is that we spend close to a third of our life asleep. And so from a scientific perspective, what do you think is the advantage of dream yoga from a neuroscience or psychological perspective to kind of balance the Buddhist perspective?
Well, yeah, there's a few ways to take that. I suppose there's a lot of value to sleep no matter what. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's going to happen because of the way sleep has been wired up. But the question then is, can we get more value? Mm-hmm. And you could compare sleeping and dreaming to waking imagination. You can do a visualization practice and have a very vivid experience. But there's something a little different about doing that in a dream. It's way more real. It's the original virtual reality. All the senses are there. You're there, and that can be more profound. So I think there may be multiple reasons why it's different, but just the profound experience of actually having something happen that can be completely otherworldly too, and just something you've created that's so different from your waking experience, but also feels every bit as real.
Geshe Punsak, I'll come to you in 1 second, but I'm curious to follow up on one point that you said, Geshe Topke, which is you used the phrase unconscious. Right. And so we've talked a lot about consciousness.
Yeah.
And we talked about gross mind and subtle mind. And as a psychologist and neuroscientist, I think a lot about conscious versus unconscious processes, and I have some questions on those. But I'm really curious from a Buddhist perspective, what is conscious versus unconscious processes?
Okay, so now to see the complicate of the translations.
Okay.
Usually when translated to the consciousness, it's we call the namshi or sim, but it's not totally true because when we're talking about, any state is, even though coma, whatever, we believe there's conscious going. Yeah. So it's I just used to the scientific term unconscious, which is, we may say it's not obvious conscious is there.
Yeah.
But the still conscious, we believe the subtle conscious is there. So I'm just using
It's a
to the
language
scientific
issue.
languages. So this is the kind of example yesterday, I think
Yeah.
I can imagine to the emotions,
Yeah.
those things is. So it's a very important to know to the context when you're talking about the not only rely on the symbol translations. So that's it's a make huge mistakes.
Yeah,
So,
beautiful. Thank you. Geshe Punsak, you have been so critical in really making the laboratory happen at Drepung Lo Sling and really being a supporter of this work. Yesterday, Ari Eisen gave a wonderful story of Lobsang saying, I study science to better understand Buddhism, and I balance that out by saying I study Buddhism to better understand science. As somebody who's really, at the ground level and helping to make this work flourish, how has studying science and, you're involved in the Lucid Dreaming Project, how has this affected you? And has it changed or strengthened or various understandings that you have about mind through Buddhism?
First of all, I'm very sorry, my English is not good, so I try. Yeah, in this kind of lab, when we actually in the our meditation level, there are so many different meditation level, like waking stage or sleep stage. Sleep also there are 2 times we said, like dream yoga, also sleep yoga is totally different. When we talk about like sleep yoga, I think it's like dim sleep part yoga. When we see dream yoga is most, I think so, like dream, like REM sleep part, like the light sleep. So in this kind of, through this kind of laboratory, we try to, nowadays, we try to, as Ken Benny mentioned, we try to communicate with sleep person, with, but it is sort of, right now we just only REM sleep part, we can communication. But deep sleep part, we don't know. But I really interesting, this kind of, how to say, actually I study many years about, Buddhist, Buddhism and like spiritually and tantric, but there are so many different level of, yeah. But how to we is kind of explain, how to we display or another person, how to say, it's kind of, someone ask like, what do you have any proof, like arguments, Then it's kind of, when we study science and also we work this kind of lab, what is really is kind of, how to say, I don't know,
helpful.
Kind of helpful or really want you to know more, like, also I really interested in this kind of
Yeah,
study,
I love the phrase wanting to know more, right?
Yeah,
We're all just wanting to know more through complementary first versus third person perspectives. I love that framing.
Yeah.
So, Ken, as a scientist, how has this work in the monastic community and with our monastic science collaborators affected you?
Well, it's been an amazing experience. I was just remembering we used our Chenrezig experiment first on ourselves, and each of the monastic scholars had a turn sleeping. And Tabke didn't have a lucid dream that night, but he did a few nights later, and he came to us the next day and he said, well, last night, either I had a lucid dream or I dreamed that I had a lucid dream.
Yeah, that's
classic Tabke.
Right? That's true.
So it's been, eye-opening to, and lovely to work with the monastic scholars on this work together, and then to see how this is such a fruitful collaboration. I think when I started first volunteering at ETSI just to teach, I hadn't envisioned it would go this way. I kind of envisioned, it would be great to have a monk come to my lab and have more of a hands-on experience, and then you made that happen. But I didn't see, that's going to dovetail with my other research and really come together with my own research agenda and strengthen it and give us new questions to ask. Science is so much fun, and we get to ask questions and always, seek out more questions that we feel compelled to go to, and this interaction with the Buddhism neuroscience dialogue really opens up a whole, very valuable thing. And Tapke started his talk, I'm pretty sure, with setting intention. And that's one of the things we learned, that, science sometimes has an afterthought of, well, maybe we should think about the ethics of what we just did and consider that. And instead, we have this other orientation, which is, let's be sure the ethics is front and center the whole time. Let's start out saying, okay, what are our intentions here? How is this for the greater good? And when we finish, let's dedicate the merits to all sentient beings, all beings. And so that's, a great lesson that we can have to pervade our work. And I think my work has started to be more applied. We used to do more basic questions about how memory works. And now I've come to be interested in more short-term applications. What can we do to help people that have sleep problems, or how can we make sleep better for people?
And I will take any chance I get to say that I think science needs Buddhism more than Buddhism needs science, given that ethical framework. So I just want to define a term and the difference between lucid dreaming and dream yoga. So, Ken, you're really the pioneer of doing lucid dream research and establishing connections with people and having these conversations and communications with people while in a dream state. And what's so beautiful and elegant about your work from my perspective is because you're recording, brain activity and peripheral physiology, you know that a person's actually in a REM state of sleep, so you can't fake it. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is a lucid dream state is more, you're kind of passively, in that dream state, or maybe you're controlling the lucid dream. Is dream yoga really then just, it's the intention of the lucid dream, where the intention is for practice and meditation? And can you more clearly define for us in the audience the distinction between lucidity and dream yoga?
Yeah, maybe three things. So, and Tapke got to part of it already. So, a lucid dream has been defined just of knowing that you're dreaming while you're dreaming, or recognizing the dream as a dream. And then that opens the door to maybe having dream control and subtly, or maybe, a little bit changing what happens in the dream and directing it. And then lucid dreamers could then use their dreams for whatever they want, and they can have fun and experience things they can't experience in their waking life. But dream yoga has this whole different orientation of using it for spiritual insight as part of a practice. And so that's, associated with dream yoga, but certainly not the same.
Yeah. Tapke, do you want to say anything about that?
No, I would like to kind of follow up to the question you did of the Ken. So what you used to learn through the monasteries. I would like to tell about things learned from the scientists as a monastic. First of all, I would never met to the greatness, His Holiness, kindness, and the Geshe Lobsang's wonderful work. I never met you guys. I cannot reach those, great scientists. I'm always grateful for meet-like person, those, not only you guys, and there's many faculties come to monasteries, Alto Monastery, not that, best place for them to, as they used to all that, the comfortables, but they came to anyway to the teach monastery, and the hour by hour, and come and again. I'm really grateful, and not only you guys, there's many people who contribute to the EDS Day. And one of the things we learned, and Geshe Punzola a little bit mentioned about this, we never thought about that to the dream yoga, all these things is temporarily useful, like health and really, I never thought about that when I was young. At the meditation, it's only about next life or nirvana. Never thought about the health or psychological or current. Now I realize, that's much powerful, and which really helps to me. To nowadays, I'm start to the teaching to the younger generation, to the Tibetans or others, and it's very useful to kind of like easy way, simple way to explaining what is the beneficial. Not only talking about the big things, it's a daily lives. It's a lot of things. Lab skill, how you like. It's a how you better person, how you be good communicators, how you be good education. So it's very too much ways to learning. So I'm really grateful, thankful.
The gratitude is, yeah. I think my memory is that we've had 240 scientists come from all over the world for ETSI as part of all of the years. Maybe that number's
200, more than that.
More than that.
I'm sure over 300.
Okay, 300. So I mean, just to give you a sense of the wonderful collaboration.
These programs. I was in the Emory the first day. I think back in 2011 or something. Geshe Lobsang was suggesting there's how many faculties we need, 3 monitors. Wow, we thought that's not going to happening because it's how many that's professor we need. I never thought that could really happen, but it happens. It's a really wonderful. We learn so many ways. Both great scientists came to monastery and learned to both each way. So it's very wonderful. I mean, that we have to deeply to the rejoice that really happens.
It's extraordinary. And, Geshe Lobsang Tenzin Negi, thank you for all of the amazing leadership in making this happen. I always like to think about a North Star. Where are we headed in this cross-cultural conversation? And Geshe-la, where do you see this conversation between science and Buddhism happening? Where do you want it to flourish to?
Where?
Yeah, what are we striving for? What are we pursuing in this conversation?
I think first I studied maybe 24 years ago. For the first time. That times I don't have any idea about science, but His Holiness Dalai Lama always mentioned have to study science. Especially monastics, it becomes more modern, like monks, nuns. Then just one day I really want to study science. I've been visiting my guru teacher, Sinakishi Pandit Tauba. I asked him, I really want to study science. He says, of course, you have to study. It is he said, in this day, previous in ancient time, there have so many another challenge with non-Buddhistic
philosophers.
Yeah, philosopher, another one. But this time we have to dialogue or discussion or with scientists. He said that's why we have to study science. Then I just go, science class. First, I joined the Science Meet Dharma. It's maybe this Swiss, right? It's,
Swiss.
Yeah, maybe almost 5-6 years. Afternoon, after the lunch, all monks sleep. But we go to the science class. But sometimes a little bit sleep. Also, evening we have prayer section. During that it was very difficult because I don't have any nap afternoon in the prayer session. It's how to say.
So prayer session, you are having dream yoga.
That times I studied
Super
dream yoga
advanced.
that time with the science topic. Just kidding. Yeah. Then after I joined and also science work science for monks. Then it is a science initiative, Through this my journey, I really just got to say. Now I just reflecting. I really choice good or how to say, I don't know.
Yeah, correct choice.
Perfect way, a right way. Because I learned this kind of science topic different. I learned physics, but I'm not good to write. But I learned physics, in biology, chemistry, neuroscience, but a little bit of knowledge about all this. This subject is kind of opened one of the one part of my brain is open to new door in my journey. Before I study, science, I'm only thinking like I only have experience what I learned in Buddhism. When I share only this kind of method or this kind of topic. But after I learned science, then any topics I can compare, choose there. It's very, very helpful. As Geshe Tamgil mentioned, really gratitude, all this, organizer, all this. Yeah, this.
Beautiful. Thank you. Just percolating in my mind are the images of us staying up all night in the sleep lab at Drepung Losling while, Geshe Punsuk and Geshe Tapki and Ani Shoyanla and Sangpola and all of us are there and they're, going in and checking and I'm trying to create an image of just what a special kind of connection these moments are as it's 4 a.m. in the morning and we're wondering if this change in electrophysiology on the screen is a lucid dream and it's really just, I think, it brings alive the collaboration. I'd like to expand our conversation now a touch and go into the topic of consciousness, which is the topic of this panel. And I'll just kind of set the stage from an academic, kind of a phrase academic, but like kind of Euro-American academic perspective. I would define consciousness from that perspective as just having awareness, having a subjective experience of being alive. I think most academic scientists in that kind of traditional domain would experience consciousness as, or would define consciousness as sentience, something that's, it's something like to be oneself. And importantly, from that perspective, consciousness is not higher order cognition. It's the experience of awareness, the experience of sentience. And it's also not intelligence. I think it's important in this conversation between artificial intelligence and various things like that to recognize that from this perspective, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but from this perspective, consciousness and intelligence are very different things. And so something can be highly intelligent but not be conscious. And in kind of neuroscience perspectives, there's multiple, in philosophy and kind of Euro-American philosophy, there's physicalism, which is the idea that consciousness emerges from the brain. There's dualism, which is the idea that there's a mind and there's a body. There is functionalism, which we hear a lot of in the world of artificial intelligence, which is if something looks conscious, it kind of is conscious. And there was a wonderful conversation 20 years ago that Geshe Tapki referred to as between David Chalmers and Christoph Koch, who's a neuroscientist, on the hard problem of consciousness. And the idea is that neuroscience can understand a lot of sensory processes and kind of sensory factors and even perceptual processes, but neuroscience and psychology at this point in time doesn't understand how a unified perceptual and sensory experience of self comes into our awareness. That's not something that we have cracked. I'm not sure it will ever be something that we crack. If it is something that is cracked, I don't think it will be an aha moment. I think it'll be a series of insights where 30, 40 years down the road, we don't recognize where we came from because we've come so far. I don't see it like cracking the human genome that we're going to solve consciousness. And so from kind of with that introduction in mind, I'd like to explore different perspectives of consciousness from an academic and a Buddhist perspective. So with that intro, Tapkila, I'd love to just ask you what may be perceived as a very naive question, but just maybe some of us in the audience are having this thought of what is consciousness from a Buddhist perspective? Because you talked about subtle consciousness, you talked about gross consciousness, you talked about these different levels. Is consciousness the entirety of it? Does it contain all of that? Or are there certain things that you would consider to be more core consciousness than, say, other things in the descriptions that you gave?
Well, this is one of the most complicated questions, obviously, to the, one thing is so far I noticed, I learned a little bit about neurocorrelation and functionalism. It's especially recent. I met some of the AI guys. They really claim, AI is now become conscious. I still
Strongly
don't
disagree
believe.
with that.
Yeah, because they're like functionalism.
Yeah.
It really is because of their function in some ways. But we never thought. I still not believe they have a really experienced sense of the awareness of the sense of these things. But what the Buddhist point of view is, I realize, which is very holistic. It's as you mentioned, it's quite correct. Although term of consciousness we translate into namshi, but if we broader, we call like sheba and the rigba, which is two qualities, which is luminosity and cognized, which it's including all of this kind of unconscious or conscious, whatever feeling or memory, all this in that big content. So this is I would like just within short time I would only say about that. But
Beautiful.
yeah, it's one of the very important distinguish of the Buddhist. The way of the consciousness, it's a continuation. And consciousness is very different than any other rocks or like tables, all these things, because this somehow it's never going to be like some sort of continuation like the consciousness does. So the consciousness, one of the, I think it's one of the American great psychologists, William James, says of the stream of consciousness, which is exactly true. It's a continuation. So that's why we believe in after you die, that there's a continuation, your subtle mind, and the next life, that's continuation. Yeah.
So I'd like to ask you a follow-up because you
Can I add it? Yeah.
oh, please.
Yeah.
Oh, so yes. Love it, yes.
In Tibetan, the definition of consciousness or Shiva is Seljing Rigpa.
Is what?
Seljing Rigpa is Tibetan.
Luminosity.
It's, Sarva is, when we, Seljing Rigpa is the, talk about the quality of consciousness.
Yes.
Right.
Is very pristine, very luminous, or like very clean, clear.
Yeah,
Then rupa means this. When we talk about rupa or second, the function of the of the consciousness. These two, where we have to know what is consciousness. When we talk about the function of the consciousness, then we can categorize. It's come to mind and mental factor. Mind and mental factor. So then also we try to also know about emotion things. We have to know what is the function of this. We have to. But this the quality of all consciousness, all consciousness is the same. Is like a little bit.
Beautiful. Can I just ask a follow-up to both of you,
Okay.
which is, and this is just something I grapple with, is this idea of continuity of consciousness. So if there is no kind of inherent self, what facilitates the continuity of consciousness to which you referred? What is the magic sauce that facilitates that continuity?
This is also very interesting, very good question. Thank you. I had the long, argument with one of the philosophers in the Timothy and the New York University. He said that there's a big contradiction, you guys, because since you believe is consciousness continuous, but then you don't believe to the self, and then who's going to the next life if you don't believe to the self? And then this is the very interesting. And another interesting question is, he said, like, do you believe to the consciousness at the beginning less? And then what happened after the Big Bang? Before there's nothing happens. And then who is the mental construction of this object right after the Big Bang? Because there's no mind at all. Yeah, this is very interesting questions. One thing, I think two things we should know about if we look at the big pictures. And Buddhism is not talking about the mind as human mind. There's many other sentients and other than humans. Some of them we have seen and some of them unseen. All of this kind of the mind we are talking about. That's why even though right after the Big Bang, even though this planet or this universe may not be sentient already there, but other sentient already someone else looking at us, that sort of things. But the thing is although we don't believe in some sort of like rigidity sort of like permanent kind of the selves, but there's some sort of like a conventional self, or it's everything is actually conventional. There's no absolute entity, anything. So even though I'm saying like mind is continuation, the next life, but it really is a changing mind constantly. And also, if we look at the pinpoint, what is the consciousness? It's very hard to pinpoint. That's why we are saying is if you try to find pinpoint, it's going to be emptiness. So this is the way, this is a whole different topic, it's coming to the emptiness. No, I don't want to go there. Okay, I want to stop here.
No.
No. Maybe.
So can you, I don't want to cut you off, so
Yeah.
I feel like there's another statement that you want to make, and we'd love to hear it.
Although it's a continuation, but it's no essence of the emptiness nature. It's a conventional. Everything is work in the conventional level. So that's a conventional self that's still continuous, changing moment to moment, but still continuation. So it's a Lama Tsongkhapa says, it's very hard to play on the dance. One said is you are saying is there's no absolute, but the other says there's exist. So it's a kind of like you have to be really kind of middle. It's a kind of like equanimity to the boundaries. Make sure don't fall the extreme to two side. So it's a kind of like very careful to the balance to way of view or think about that.
Beautiful. Geshe-la, do you want to add anything to that?
It's very complicated.
Thank you.
What I'm hearing is one of my favorite quotes by Robert Sapolsky is we have to think complexly about complex things. And so we're not kind of creating binary, real, non-real. It's almost like a madhyamaka, middle way type process. But
I think one thing is maybe I would like mention in the Buddhist philosophy, or as a philosopher thinking is that I really, I don't know who says, Richard Feynman or who else says, people don't listen to the people who have answers. Don't follow to the people who have questions. So, which leaves we have to have. We don't have to answer, but we have to think about more.
Yes.
It's many ways to the multi-dimensions. As I mentioned, when I was sitting there, one of my friend monk. Oh, that's a really good word. Multi-dimensions.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really good.
So,
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Oh, please, yeah.
Wouldn't you want to bring up the doctrine of the two truths?
Oh, yeah.
So that gives you another out pretty well.
Right.
You can say, well, is conventional or ultimate?
Yes.
You don't have to find a middle between those. You
Yes.
say what's one or the other.
True,
It is binary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's I think.
So I want to come back to this idea of conscious versus unconscious, because in kind of, in my tradition, conscious and unconscious is a very important distinction. And the idea is that a lot of what we experience in consciousness is the product of pre-conscious processes or unconscious processes. And Ken, you've done, I think, extraordinary work, really exploring conscious versus unconscious processes, particularly with targeted memory reactivation and various forms of memory and learning. What is your take on conscious versus unconscious processes, and what can we learn about the mind by taking unconsciousness seriously?
Yeah, I think it's pretty important to take unconscious seriously and to think, if you're asking about what consciousness is, then that has to be part of the discussion as well. And it may not be quite binary in that sense. There might be some middle ground. It might be the case that advanced meditation could change that boundary and you could be conscious of more, right? That's certainly true, at least intentionally. And so we have to battle that issue, and you might think, well, you have to have a completely certain type of brain to have consciousness, but our brain does incredibly complex cognitive processing unconsciously, and it's just that we don't know about it. We don't observe that. It's the dark side of the moon. It's not, on our radar, but it's there influencing what we think, what we say, what we do. And so it's really important to understand that, and we've had some insights from various fields, and it's part of the neuroscience of consciousness these days. But going back earlier on, we can see some patients with certain types of brain damage that really shed some light on it. And so one category that I would start with would be patients that have blind sight. And so these patients have damage usually to the occipital lobe and they are blind. They might be damaged to both sides and be completely blind and yet be able to walk around furniture. And before we knew this syndrome, you would say, that guy's not really blind. Look, he's walking around furniture. But in fact, the description of now is that the patient isn't having a conscious experience of vision, but is processing visual information in a way that allows it to control where he walks and how he avoids obstacles. So there's unconscious vision and there's conscious vision. And each of us has both. But we only know about the conscious part, but there's all this unconscious part. And then there's another whole long story in memory about unconscious memory and conscious memory and amnesic patients that have deficits that make them amnesic, but they're not amnesic for every type of memory. They're amnesic for a certain conscious type and not for conditioning and certain other habits and priming. So these categories are very important to define the incredible complexity of unconscious processing and how it influences what happens consciously. And so calling that dividing line is difficult, but it still means, well, we have to say there's many things that are happening based on different systems in the brain. And we can try to carve them at their joint and which is a fun phrase, a metaphor. Carve them at their joint and we'll understand the different systems. But carving them up is kind of violent and it leads to distortion. And we kind of think, oh, they're these separate systems, when in reality, they're all interactive and interconnected and they work that way. So our unconscious mind and our conscious mind aren't sitting there doing things separately, but they're interacting together. And that's also true during sleep. So during sleep, we have all this unconscious processing, and you might think, you know about mind wandering. So your mind wanders when you're awake, jumps from one thing to another, and then you also have unconscious mind wandering that isn't just jumping from one thing to another, but it's dozens of things happening at once, because it doesn't have the constraint of this bottleneck of the stream of consciousness. And that's also true during sleep. So our dreams are just a little tip of the iceberg of that conscious processing that kind of is fed by this massive unconscious processing that's happening and helping us remember things and reviewing the things of the day and comparing what happened recently to older memories and integrating them and coming up with creative combinations and insights. And that's all happening unconsciously, and yet the dream is just a little taste of that until maybe you have dream control, and then it becomes a whole different thing.
Beautiful. So I was told, I was told that we'll go to 1:10. So at this point, at least two people have come up saying, can I ask a question? And so we're going to open it up for the last 10 minutes. And I think the first question will go to Lam, who wanted to ask a question.
Thank you. Well, thank you for a very enlightening discussion. I have two related questions. The first one is, well, all the teachers in all the major traditions in the world have told us that about non-duality. And we can argue that all the evils in the world today are the root cause of all the evils in the world today is the illusion, or should I say the delusion of separateness. So is there any research done on non-duality, Advaita in Hinduism or Shunyata in Buddhism? They're really two sides of the same thing. And the related question is, everyone who has come into the presence of His Holiness has experienced an incredible amount of love, even if he doesn't say anything, and a very high level of energetic vibrations. So my question is there merit or interest in doing research in psychology or neuroscience on measuring different levels of consciousness? There has been work done in the past, but it's not really objective, it's more subjective than objective. So is there interest in doing research in this area?
There is research. Maybe if you're talking about non-duality during sleep, which is the sleep yoga territory. Not so much yet. So that's more aspirational. Will we get to that? And how will we do that? One question that my colleagues and I have entertained is, could people signal during their deep sleep while they're in a non-dual state to let you know that they are? Or if there's no subject-object, then maybe they could only signal later and say, oh, just earlier I was having this incredible experience, and tell you about it. So we need to find out what kind of observations we could make to feed into these studies, and that's a little tricky, but an exciting possibility.
Other thing is about people starting to do some research about the emptiness. There's some couple papers about emptiness. Say, the thing is, what I usually saying is, look at how the research done in the mindfulness about. But there is the other also source of the, that's why His Holiness is referring to the scientists should check to the, the Buddhist psychology, like dream yoga is right now we are just studying. There could be other ways, like the monastic debate, or like meditation of emptiness, or meditation of impermanent. There's starting to some research coming. Hopefully more coming for the research that like we have seen now, the mindfulness, how they did. So there could be possibility of the kind of like a revolution happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just maybe kind of provide a brief reading list because we could spend a lot of time. But so on consciousness, I think there's exquisite research happening on consciousness right now. And I would refer you to the integrated information theory of Giulio Tononi, who's written wonderful work on the phi coefficient. He has a book called Phi. There's the global workspace theory, which is a really kind of wonderful kind of unconscious to conscious model. And if there's one book that I would recommend reading kind of on contemporary neuroscientific views of consciousness research, it's Being You by Anil Seth. And that would give you a very nice overview. This is just from a neuroscience perspective. I'm not talking about Buddhist perspective, but that would give you a very accessible overview of the history and also the current kind of state of the union, for lack of a better word, of neuroscientific perspectives of consciousness. I will say that I don't think neuroscience, psychology, philosophy will crack the neuroscience egg at any point. I think it'll be a cumulative accumulation of knowledge, and maybe it will never be resolved, but I think there's been really wonderful insights that have yielded many more questions than answers. And then on emptiness, I would say Andrew Newberg's work at University of Pennsylvania has done some really interesting on the neural correlates of oneness experiences in actually doing brain imaging while people are having these kind of various experiences. And his name's Andrew Newberg, I think, at the University of Pennsylvania. One more question. Dr. Ravindra, I think I saw you had a question. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful discussion. There are so many things for me to tell, but in very brief, I am from the Center for Consciousness Studies at NIMHANS, Bangalore, and we have been evaluating most of the theories of consciousness in various meditative states. And also we work on sleep, dream, including lucid dreaming. So I have one comment and two questions. One comment is probably that in the process of exploring the neuroscience of consciousness, in due course of time, we don't know whether we really crack what consciousness is, but definitely this path has made us a deeper insight how actually my physiological system works. So we have a deeper insight of, say, brain functions in exploring what consciousness is. That is number one. And number two, we have two important things, is to integrating the first person perspective and the third person perspective. And I think the sleep is one of the best, behavioral state to understand the first person and the third person perspective. So in this case, I have one question to Dr. Peller is, what is your take on correlating the subjective sleep quality with the neural correlate? Until at this point of time, we don't have any clue. When I get up in the morning, how do I feel that I had a very good sleep? That is number one. And number two is, when coming to the lucid dreaming state, My statement is, I want everybody's comment on my what I think is, does an individual going to an intermediate state, well, what do you mean by intermediate state is, say for example, we are going for a meditation, nor we are in a wake state, nor we are in a sleep state, right? We are somewhere in intermediate. Even in lucid dreaming also, we are not in a completely in a REM sleep, nor we are in a wake state, and we are somewhere in the intermediate state. So from neuroscience perspective, do you think that we sustaining in this intermediate state is one of the route for us to consciously explore the deeper aspects of the unconscious, or tapping the unconscious contents that is there in that? If it is there, why you think this is so? So there are two questions.
Yeah.
And one last one thing, the gentleman who asked about Advaita and the non-duality, just to inform that one of our paper is in the final review, and in the communication biology, probably in 2 months, you'll find it in the publication, how the non-duality and the neuroscience perspective it is coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Read Dr. Ravindra's paper. Thank you so much. We are at time, so maybe we could continue the second question that you had, Dr. Ravindra, offline. I'm sorry, but Ken, if you want to maybe briefly in a minute or so talk about the methods convergence of first versus third person perspective, and then we'll break for lunch.
Well, yeah, I thought the first question was about sleep quality, so how do we know? And so I'm going to refer you to a wonderful paper recently from Giulio Bernardi in Italy, who has worked on that, and there's some really interesting data where they've checked it out and looked for the correlations between brain activity and sleep quality, subjective sleep quality. And in my remaining 25 seconds, I want to make this other point that to answer some of these questions about non-dual awareness, we should have an open mind. There's so many theories of consciousness out there, and we don't know if we're going to find a good one down the line, but we do know that if we don't try, we're certainly not going to. So I think we have to try, and then a quality of being a good scientist is happening in an open mind, because if you think you've got it all and understand it all, you're not going to make new discoveries, and you're not going to be looking for these new things. And so we don't understand everything about the mind and the conscious and the unconscious mind, and we need to have an open mind about all the possibilities where insights might come from. And so I think keeping that open mind allows us to go forward and explore lots of interesting ideas.
As Richard Feynman says, I'd rather have questions I can't answer than answers that I can't question. So thank you so much. This was a wonderful session. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Such a fascinating and thought-provoking discussion. Just bear with me for 1 second for a few points before we break for lunch. I just wanted to share that, in the early days of envisioning the Emery Tibet Science Initiative, it was really a dream to have the program grow to where it is today. We're hearing from monastic scientists themselves who are leading and conducting their own research. To date, there are 9,263 new scientific and social science terms added to the Tibetan language. And this is really helping make scientific knowledge more accessible for the future generations of Tibetan scholars and students. Big achievement. So the growth's been remarkable, and after lunch you'll hear more about the impact of ETSI. And I just wanted to say that yesterday, Geshe Lobsang Sangla expressed his deep gratitude for all of the Compassion Center's generous donors, without whom none of the work that you're seeing during this conference would be possible. But since there was this today, I just want to take a moment to thank the John Templeton Foundation for their continued support and unwavering belief in the Emery Tibet Science Initiative. In many, many ways, the vision of Sir John Templeton and His Holiness the Dalai Lama converge in this work through a shared belief that rigorous inquiry, intellectual humility, and the exploration of life's deepest questions can help advance wisdom, compassion, and human flourishing. So the John Templeton Foundation's partnership and generous support has helped facilitate the growth and sustainability of the program. So from the Compassion Center, we're so incredibly thankful, and thank you for being here as well. Okay, so we'll break for lunch and reconvene at 2:15, and we are slightly behind schedule, so please do try to be in your seat at 2:15, and we'll hear about sustaining science education within monastic institutions. Enjoy lunch.